Greetings all! We are back.
We are back and at it again and sweating. It's very hot today. It's a hot, hot summer day here in Oshawa.
By Canadian standards.
By Texan standards. I'm sweating.
There's a reason I've gone for the broad-brimmed hat this time.
Well, we are here at Aquino Tank Weekend for their 10th annual Aquino Tank Weekend.
So this is the Ontario Regiment Museum's annual event. Of course, there is an issue with the naming. We'll come back to that in a little bit. But every year we have seen fit to come up here and take part in the festivities. They're a very welcoming crowd.
Oh, indeed they are. They let us get behind the scenes, as some of you may have seen on the TikTok stream yesterday, crawling all over the tanks, meeting all the reenactors.
Driving the tanks.
This one here.
We're going to have a couple of VTs that we pre-recorded that we're going to throw over to you, and I think you're going to enjoy. But it also gives you an idea as to just the level of cooperation we have here with this crowd.
For those of you not hip on the lingo, a VT is a video transition. So we do have some pre-recorded videos for you. One where I'm learning to drive a CVRT, the Scorpion to be specific. The chieftain sanctioned it, and of course the folks here at the Ontario Regiment Museum oversaw everything and made sure everything was safe. So that's an exciting one. We're going to have a Gulf War reenactment, highlights from one of the reenactments that they had earlier today.
A couple of history videos. Yep. We got a couple of guest spots from other musea. I guess one of the things all these guys all want to know, at least if you're watching us on Twitch, if you're watching on the Ontario Regiment YouTube channel, it's not going to be so valid, but they want to know about drops.
They want to know about drops. Can I tell them about special guests first?
You can also tell them about special guests. All right.
We've got a ton of special guests lined up for you. They're going to be joining us here in the Crow's Nest, as we like to call it. We've got Matt Matsimus, we've got the Funker crew, the Funker 530 crew.
Cone of Arc.
And Cone of Arc. And then, of course, you'll get to meet some familiar faces from the Wargaming team. We even have our friend Tankzers from the Watt Modern Armor team out. So for all you console players out there, if you happen to be tuning in, we got a little something for you too. And then of course Lahy, the tank whisperer, came all the way from Australia with her business partner Peter, and she will be joining us on set too. Now, we do want to talk about the drops, because obviously if you're watching on Twitch, those are going to be some goodies that you get all along the way just for staying tuned. After 30 minutes, after 60 minutes, after 90 minutes, there's going to be some good stuff. Check out the graphic on the screen for a little breakdown of what to expect, but you'll see there's some premium consumables. We even have some mystery drops. Those are going to come after 90 minutes, and they do include some premium tanks. I believe there's going to be a Centurion. I'm going to have to check my notes, but there is a chance that maybe one of you or a few of you will be getting a mystery drop in the form of a premium vehicle later today. I can break down the full list of drops a little bit later, but I think we can maybe catch them up on some other activities related to Aquino in-game. Did you know there are missions this weekend? There are missions.
Yep. We got other things starting tomorrow, but we'll come back to those. Quick heads up, I think the scheduled stream is 3 hours. Don't be surprised if it runs long.
3 hours or more. It's going to be longer. We've got so many fun things. And of course, right now we are waiting for the opening ceremony to start. So if that doesn't start on time, that means we get to banter more. We get to banter more. So we got Aquino Tank Weekend missions. Those, I believe, end today. So if you haven't started completing them on Friday, you still have time. Hop in game. Get those rewards. I actually think Chieftain, one of the rewards from the missions
is the Chieftain emblem?
Yeah, it's inspired by the Chieftain's hat. So if you want to get the Chieftain emblem, it looks a little like his hat, and that is up for grabs when you complete those missions. What else do we have? We have the drops. Oh, we've got a couple of giveaways. I think I have time to give you a little hint as what the giveaways are going to be about, because we will be cutting to the main arena once the opening ceremony starts. We have a Battle of Aquino history trivia related giveaway. Later in the stream, Tragic Loss, who is in chat moderating. Hey, Tragic. Everyone say hi to Tragic. Thank you.
Tragic.
We're going to be putting a link to a quiz. It's a multiple choice quiz, and it is based on the Ontario Regiment Museum's rendition of the Battle of Aquino. They have a brief history page. That will be included in a link in the forum itself.
We're going to make it easy for you, because if you watch the stream, you're going to get the answers to the quiz.
Or if you even just look at the page on the website. All the answers are there. You will have to answer the questions correctly in order to be entered into the giveaway, and then we will raffle off a few prizes. We have, I believe, 5 Ram 2 premium vehicles to give away, as well as some premium consumable packs. We will be announcing the winners of those giveaways at the end of the stream, whether it's in chat or whether Chieftain and I say them out loud. I don't know. We'll figure that out by the time we get there.
I've always liked the Ram actually in the game. People don't give it much credit. It's a little tier 5 tank, but it's a lot of fun to play actually.
It's a little cutie, and we always give it away when we're here at Aquino. We have like special
Well,
invite cards.
There's not too many Canadian vehicles in the game. Ram is one of them. Sexton would be one of them.
Speaking of giveaway cards,
Oh, you just happen to have
look at
hide
these.
behind here. Yeah, okay.
The world's largest bonus code cards. We've got invite codes. We've got VIP codes. But the VIP code is actually really, really intriguing.
These ones have already been used, by the way.
Yeah, they've already been used.
So
don't
try.
about
So
it.
quick, type it in.
Yeah, we're giving away a Centurion and 5,000 gold and 30 days of WAP premium count. So it really does pay to come to Aquino Tank Weekend and say hi to any of the World of Tanks crew.
We're usually not too hard to find. I mean, I'm 2 meters tall and I tend to wear a funny hat. But,
And I am
that's true.
less than 2 meters tall.
We got some of the guests from the European offices as well. So Challenger's been bouncing around. Ikibu's around here somewhere.
Yep, Ikabu, yep. He's been helping out at those game stations. Here at the museum for a few years now, we've had established some game stations, but you know what's really exciting?
Hark, I hear the sound of MTU diesel engines. So it looks like the opening ceremony is about to begin.
Yes, let's take a quick look. We'll cut to Jeremy, the Tank Museum guy. He is our MC, Master of Ceremonies, and the Executive Director of the museum. You might recognize some of the faces in these vehicles, these leopards that are rolling out, some of those special guests, those influencers that I mentioned. Matt Matsimus and his crew are out there. Funker 530 guys, we got Scott and Ronnie, and then of course we have Cone of Arc and Zach. So check out those faces in those hatches, and President Al Duffy will be giving a speech here shortly. I got to do this yesterday, Chieftain.
Okay. Yeah, we're still live. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah.
All right, so I mean, they're just looping around here. So if you really want to get into the fine details of what we're looking at,
I was like, I'm in the middle of talking.
Okay, we'll keep going. The first tank there that Matsimus is in. Matsimus is a Canadian reservist. He's an artilleryman. That is a Leopard C2. Basically, they kind of weirded. The round cast turrets tended to be the earlier built ones, but they were the second one in Canadian service. They would have gone on to see service as far as Afghanistan before they realized they needed better tanks. Looks like Cone of Arc is in the one flying the Australian flag there. Now they get people that fly in from all around the world, including we mentioned earlier, Lahy, which we'll be bringing her on later. So
we even have Falke. He is a community contributor for one of the South American community.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
Yeah. So he's out there. You may recognize him. So just give him a hearty hello and chat.
There's a Belgian Leopard running the World of Tanks flag. Those show up everywhere, Belgian Leopards. Okay, Matt Smith is obviously having a good time.
Always having a good time. He's a Brit. You know that?
Yeah, he lost the accent a long time ago. He started off in the Royal Electrical Mechanical Engineers at the British Army.
Yep.
Decided he missed the military life and joined the Canadian Armed Forces. Well, that'll give us a wave here.
And swapped his role to artillery. I guess you guys will be the judge if he lost his accent. Yeah. I don't think so.
So it's another, looks like a C2 there with the Funker crowd. And lastly is, well, it looks like a Leopard C1. It's actually a fake terror, but shush, we won't tell too many people that. It was a driver training vehicle that they, because they couldn't find a C1, an actual C1, that they made a new turret up top. But then we're burning a few dollars worth of diesel here.
It's worth it. It's for a big show right here, right?
I was walking through. They're all lined up yesterday, and it was just like being in an actual military motor pool. All the tanks revving, ready to go. Ooh. Okay, it looks like we're going to hand back over to Jeremy now.
Yeah. They're going to do their choreographed ballet routine. You've never seen leopards do it. Today's the first time. Let's see.
Have you? I saw a tank ballet once at the Russian tank biathlon. It was awful.
Well, good afternoon. How you doing? Can you hear me down there? Great. Can you imagine what a tough gig I've got coming and making an entrance like this in 5 main battle tanks, Leopard 1s. Amazing. Thank you guys so much for being here and supporting us. You're probably aware, or maybe not, about our name change. We went from the Ontario Regiment Museum to something bigger and better. We still have that, but we are now the Canadian Tank Museum. And thank you for all your support on that. Now today, if I'm not mistaken, we are doing a podcast live right now on the World of Tanks, their Twitch channel, and the Canadian Tank Museum on our YouTube channel. So please check it out and subscribe. Now, let's talk about that. I mean, why were we doing that? Well, you see these banners, World of Tanks, who we've been affiliated with for many years now. They are a sponsor of this event. So let's have a round for them. Thank you. Now, we're a little different. We're a little different than other museums. You don't walk into a room and you stare at something and it's behind a fence and you can't get close and see it and it doesn't move. Well, we're different. We bring history to life. You're going to see reenactment out here. You're probably looking at the back. Look at the different reenactment group encampments out the back. We've got old cannons. We've got new cannons. We've got all kinds of different exhibits that you can see in the back. You're going to feel, when you got to admit, did you feel the ground moving a little bit when we went by in these tanks? Yeah, it's amazing. This is the sound. This is what you hear, what you feel, what you smell from the exhaust and stuff. And you're going to get more sense of that when you hear the machine guns and the various weapons that go off. Now, one of the things I have to emphasize here, we do not glorify war. We do not. What we do is we honor the service and the sacrifice of our veterans. That's what we're here about. Now, how does this work? Would you believe me if I told you that we had 160 of our volunteers that came together today to put on this event? We have 3 full-time staff members, and that's it. We have over 200 total volunteers. And if you're interested after today and you want to visit our recruitment, our enlistment booth, we're more than happy to bring you onto our band of brothers and sisters. So it's a great group. We get involved with military exhibits and displays such as this. During the summer, we have Tank Saturdays this is the big event, but during the summer and the other months, we have a Tank Saturday, where it's a little smaller, but it's still the same type of thing. Now, today, we have volunteers that have come as far as Australia, United Kingdom, and the United States. Some of them are helping turning a wrench, some of them are driving the vehicles, some of them are in the admin side on the back end. But we bring it together. We're truly, I believe, an international operation, an international museum. And as such, we should have a national identity. So we have in the back, there's different, I mentioned historical encampments. We've got all kinds of stuff, different wars, different countries in the back. And there's a section, you've probably seen people with remote controlled tanks running around here. Well, there's a whole section down there. If that's of your interest, they come in, they groom the lawns, and they put a little village down, and they've got all different scales of models over in the far corner by the 420 wing. So please go over and give them a visit. Now, we have 2 main battles, and this morning we had the Gulf War. And the Gulf War reenactment was a little different than most kind of reenactments. We had the original veterans, we had 14 of them this year, come over from the UK and get in the exact vehicles they were in before. How many of you here saw that exhibit? Saw the encampment? Wasn't that cool meeting those gentlemen? Something else. What's coming up shortly after this is the Battle of Aquino. I mean, we've named this event Aquino Tank Weekend, And so now, what was it named after? It was a battle honor on the Ontario Regiment Guidon. It's a battle honor that we were there. So this reenactment, in fact, it's meant to replicate that battle as best we can, given our tank arena. So that's coming up very shortly, and that's the 80th anniversary. While you're here, if you haven't already, please visit the MVCC. That's our Military Vehicle Conservation Center. That's our gift shops in there. We have other stuff, exhibits. Different other museums have put on small displays in there as well. And the museum in the front end, that's the Ontario Regiment Museum, and that's what honors the sacrifice and the service of members of the Ontario Regiment. Now, I mentioned, if you like what you see, please don't hesitate. If you want to join our band of brothers, come on in there and talk to some of our recruiting officers. We're always looking for interested and enthusiastic volunteers. So on that note, I want to welcome you and thank you for coming and supporting us and supporting the World of Tanks. By the way, how many people play World of Tanks? I don't see those hands. How many people play World of Tanks? Okay, how did the number double just like that? A lot of hands go up. Well, that's fantastic, because we all do. It's an incredible game. And tell me, it really kind of fits in with what we do. And you're going to see Battle Royale, and we actually do what they do in the game, but it's between two tanks out in the field. And there's some twists and turns, and I'll let someone else describe that for you, but you got some cool stuff coming up very, very shortly. So at this stage, I'd like to turn it over to Jeremy Blowers to MC the balance of this. He's the executive director. He's the man that knows how to herd cats. He knows how to keep us together, and he's our key player. Thank you so much for attending.
Well, thank you so much, Al, and those here in Oshawa and viewing from around the world, welcome to the World of Tanks Arena and Aquino 2024. Now, what we just did was called synchronized tanking. Did you like that? Took a lot of practice from these crews. So we have many segments ahead. The next segment is we're going to bring out a bunch of interesting vehicles in our collection and guest vehicles from across the province that have come to Aquino Tank Weekend. But first, we're going to give another show with our 5 leopards. By the way, we do have 6 leopards, Al. There's one on static display. It's still a runner in the Military Vehicle Conservation Center. But we wanted to get all 5 out here to open the show. Okay. Leopards, start your engines. I'll be back in just a moment here in the arena. Music.
The opening ceremony. Oh.
Over other 4 so how was that for the start of the show? That was some amazing armor, some amazing power. Just when those engines roll past you, they're so powerful.
What is the national sport of Canada anyway? I have no idea. Is it ice hockey?
I'm not even entirely sure, and I'm a Canadian. I should know this, but not a true Canadian, a British Canadian. So maybe I get away with it.
So hopefully there's a little icon that down here about here on his screen that says, if you don't know, this is Matsimus.
Hey guys.
Who's been YouTubing for 11 years, 9 years?
About that, yeah, about 10 years now, yeah.
Fair amount of...
Yeah.
Anyway, let's just explain why we're wearing these ice hockey shirts first. So,
Okay, so I may or may not have had a chance to mention this when we first started the stream, but we are giving away geeky jerseys. M4A1 Sherman jersey. This thing is bad to the bone. It is thick. So I think if for all the hockey fans out there, I think this would be considered a premium jersey. It looks beautiful, and of course, if you're a World of Tanks fan player, you're going to want to get your hands on these. I don't know that they're officially released yet, so this would be an exclusive. And the way that you can get your hands on these early is by competing in our giveaway today. Tragic Loss may or may not have already dropped a link to the contest, but they're going to drop one now for you. Basically, we're doing a prediction poll. What I want you to do is to vote on your favorite Canadianisms. Okay?
Ooh.
On that list right now, we have
Canadian
Canadian
that's a good
tuxedo.
One. That's a good one.
I was wearing one last night. I think we had a honey bugger.
No, bunny hugger.
Bunny hugger. Okay.
Okay, you know what that is then.
Do you know? Okay,
because I had no bloody clue.
Yeah, we did not know.
You haven't put poutine in that list, yeah, I'm surprised.
Well, we tried it. We tried the MRE, the individual ration pack.
Oh, yeah.
Last year.
Yeah.
For poutine. Not
Nope.
for me.
Nope.
So poutine did not make the top 5, but it was in the top 20. So what I need you guys to do is check out that link that Tragic Loss dropped in chat. Vote for your favorite Canadianism, and if you end up voting for the Canadianism that gets the most votes, your name will be dropped in the raffle so that you can be one of the lucky recipients of this here Sherman hockey jersey from, of course, Geeky Jerseys. Tragic will be emailing the winner later today, so make sure you fill out all the accurate information just in case you win so we can reach out to you. Now, with that said, I think the hockey jersey giveaway is properly
Let's get back to talking to Matt.
Let's get back to Matsimus, because this is going to be good. You're British.
I am British, born and raised, but moved to Canada in 2011.
Okay,
yeah.
Why?
Yeah, well, there's a bit of backstory.
Yeah.
So I was in the British Army for 8 years. Thoroughly enjoyed my service. Did a lot of training exercises in Suffield, which is a large training establishment we have in Alberta, Canada, Western Canada. And I fell in love with the country. I was like, regardless of if I, quit the army, I have to move to Canada. It was just the countryside, the people. And then coming into Canada, I decided...
And you were here in the summer when you made this decision.
Oh, yes.
You made this decision in the summer.
Yeah,
okay.
We talked about this earlier, but yeah, I came in the summertime, not in the winter. And I finally realized that cold winters are in Canada. And it was, in all honesty, it wasn't too bad. I got used to it pretty quick. But then I decided, you know what, it's time to get into the Canadian Armed Forces again. It was nice. I rejoined, got into green, and now I'm able to do YouTube, Reserve Army, and my full-time job. So it's a good time.
Now, I understand you went from being an engineer or mechanic in the British military, but when you joined the Canadian military, you swapped to artillery.
I did, yeah. So my full-time job is a lot of mechanical and technical things that I've been doing in my job there. So I decided, you know what, I need to do something that's going to give me some engagement and some fun. So I said, what's a better way of having fun than blowing a little piece of terrain up? So I decided to join the artillery as a gunner. I started on the guns, working with a 105mm C3, which is represented on my Hawaiian shirt today.
Very, very fashionable.
Nowhere near as nice as these beautiful hockey jerseys, but and then I actually went into the forward observation post, so I'm now an observer for the artillery. So it's a lot of fun. It's a really good trade to be in.
You're gonna be putting your skills to use a little later on in the day, then. I'm gathering.
Yes, I am.
All right, we'll keep a lookout for that.
For sure.
So, do you normally go to all these events, or is it a bit unusual for you?
This is very unusual for me. It's the first time I've ever been invited, and thanks again to Wargaming and World of Tanks for bringing me here. It's a fantastic opportunity. I'm very blessed. But it is unique. I've never met my fan base before, so it's been kind of interesting walking around like, wait a minute, I know you. And I don't put my face on camera very much, so they listen to the voice. They're like, wait a minute, I know you. So yeah, it's very unique, but it's fun. It's so much fun. The crowd here are having a great time. It's really nice to have.
So what are you learning that you may not have already known?
That's a good question. In all honesty, the World War II history in vehicles, I'm not very accustomed to. I'm starting to get exposed to them a lot more because in Western Canada we don't have access to this kind of military equipment. So you're speaking to the subject matter experts of Shermans, even the Hetzer that we had some fun in today. It's eye-opening. I need to start learning, I think, more about World War II and older vehicles, more than just the modern vehicles that I work on my channel.
But you'll be surprised how much actually carries over.
For sure.
Especially, I'm sure, the artillery world. I mean, physics is physics. That doesn't change.
Exactly, yeah. And, with the 25-pounders here we have with the limber gunners, artillery is artillery. Fire discipline is the exact same way. And what's really cool is to work with the limber gunners, because once you're a gunner, you're always a gunner. So it doesn't matter which generation of artillery you've come from, we instantly connect like a family. So that's really cool to have. It's a really nice environment to be in.
So those limber gunners are definitely going to make a big splash in today's show later today during the Battle of Aquino reenactment. Matsimus, of course, will be down there sharing his expertise.
You didn't use all your voice up already yesterday, did you? I mean, here it's starting to crack.
It's croaking a little bit. Yeah, I was the number one gun member firing, so...
All right, well, in that case, we'll keep a lookout for you on the field. I'm sure we'll zoom in and see you in action.
Before we wrap up, I want to know, Matsimus, can you share with everybody how they can follow you or anything you're working on that you'd like to promote?
Sure, yeah. If you want to follow me on YouTube, my channel name is just Matsimus, Matsimus. I do Instagram. I've got Facebook as well, so hopefully there's some content you like there. So, yeah.
Okay, great. And we'll see you later in the show.
Sure. All
right,
thank you, guys.
Fun.
Take care.
Welcome
Alrighty,
back
so
to the
it looks like
Ontario
we're
Regiment
gearing up.
Museum and the World of Tanks presentation of Aquino Tank Weekend 2024. This is the 10th anniversary of our show and the 80th anniversary of the Battle of Aquino, in which the Ontario Regiment fought against Axis forces in the Italian campaign during the Second World War. You're going to see just a small part of this amazing 3-day event with live reenactments, many moving vehicles. All of these moving vehicles cost a lot of money to maintain. Volunteers keep them running, but it's through contributions and donations of our community and the larger world community that keeps this large collection of military vehicles alive. You can support us by liking our social media feeds or by going to tankmuseum.ca and making a one-time or subscription contribution. Those contributions go directly to maintaining one of the world's largest fleets of operational historical military vehicles. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. Thank you so much to World of Tanks and Wargaming.net for their support, and I'll see you shortly in the World of Tanks arena.
Well, I tell you, those ice hockey jerseys are heavy enough.
They are insulated, that premium geeky jersey material, and I love it. I'm taking that one home with me.
Believe me, it actually is quality stuff. I'm looking at the stitching and so on. I mean, it's very, very good stuff. It's just not something you really want to wear in 28 degree temperature.
Is that 82 degrees?
I don't know, they speak Celsius around
85.
here.
It's hot. We're sweating. We're excited, and we're about to see some more tanks out in the field. As a matter of fact, Chieftain.
It's a Meet the Tanks segment.
Yeah,
I like this segment.
You're in this segment.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to have to vanish and head down there. They're going to give me a microphone. I'm going to talk about one of the tanks.
Yeah.
But they're going to have a whole series of guest speakers talking about individual vehicles.
So yeah, this is our chance to highlight some of the showcase vehicles here, including the Sheridan. I think you'll be speaking about the Sheridan. We have Richard the Challenger Cutland, World of Tanks' very own, talking about the Chieftain Berliner, and many more.
You know, I think we're over talking off cone of Arc. I think is at it right now. So why don't we cut the cone?
So let's throw it to the field.
Essential ambush predator against things like Shermans, T-34s. But this isn't a tank
you want me to
in
put
the
this
sense
on?
of something like the
Okay.
Leopard. You're not going to be chasing people around with this thing. You'd get yourself killed that way. This is meant to sit in bushes, lurk, wait for something to come and fire. Basically like an anti-tank gun, just on tracks. And you really wouldn't want to get shot in this thing. I was in this yesterday and earlier today, and you'd be pretty screwed if you were the driver. You got to wait for two guys behind you to get out, and then you can get out, assuming you're not injured and there isn't something on fire. So, although this is a successful vehicle, unlike a lot of the other late war German projects, which became very complicated, very heavy, this one was successful despite its flaws. And I think that makes it a very interesting vehicle, and it's an awesome one to see on display here. So this one is technically not a Jagdpanzer 38T, it was a G13, but it was built out of some Jagdpanzer 38T parts, and then it was basically reconfigured back into the Hetzer configuration here. So this is essentially a true Hetzer, although technically it's a G13, in case any of you are curious. So as you can see, you almost lose sight of it as it's moving past those bushes back there. That low profile was really crucial for this vehicle because obviously you don't want to get spotted for all the reasons I mentioned. And you wouldn't be doing very good if you did, because that driver is effectively
Do we refer
blind.
to him as Nicholas
looking
Moran
out
or
those
not at
visual
all?
ports, I don't know how this
Okay, that's
the
one to make
driver
sure.
here isn't missing everything or running off of the path here. So if I walk out here, I can show you. This is where the driver's going to be sitting. You can see this is his vision port looking out front. Then you're going to have the gunner immediately behind him, basically giving him a hug. And then you've got your loader sitting here who's having a dandy old time trying to load the gun over top of it without hitting the commander, who's going to be sitting here where you see these two little snail-looking eyes. He's sitting right here. And then you've got all sorts of ammo loaded in.
That hand mic?
It's a miracle they were
I'm
able
gonna
to
give
be
you
as
that hand
successful
mic.
as they were.
I'll introduce you and we'll come
But
right out with the
yeah,
hand
that
mic.
is about all I have to say about the Hetzer today. I hope you guys have a
He can
great
come out here
rest
if
of
you
your
want. Come out
day,
here.
and I hope I taught you something, because this is a fantastic vehicle. And if you guys can get a closer look at it later, I highly recommend it.
I'm going to bring in the mic
But
out there.
That's it for me. Thank you all for coming, and have a great rest of the day.
Thanks. Okay. I'm back. I'm Jeff Darrington here again. We're going to bring out our next vehicle. We're going to find out what it is. Okay. Got me? Our next vehicle we're bringing out is the M551 Sheridan. I'm going to introduce you to someone. I think a few of you may know who it is. This is Nicholas Moran, aka the Chieftain. So he's going to give us a talk on this amazing tracked vehicle. Nick, take it over.
Good afternoon! There we go. Come on, we're at a tank show. Let's have some fun. All right, so it is an amazing tracked vehicle. It was amazingly bad. Even the US doesn't get it right all the time. What happened was, way back in the 1950s, the US military is developing a new light tank. It's called the T-92. It is failing miserably every test, but they think they can fix it. About that time, the Soviet Union releases a new vehicle, the PT-76. It is a reconnaissance vehicle, just like the T-92 is supposed to be. It's a light tank like the T-92. It can swim, which the T-92 cannot. Congress finds out about this and asks the Army, does your T-92 swim? And the Army says, no, it's not supposed to. Congress says, look, we're giving you all this money, our tank must swim. So they throw the T-92 away and they go to the M551. The Armored Reconnaissance Airborne Assault Vehicle. It's not a light tank officially, but if you call it a light tank, nobody's going to complain at you. It is designed to be chucked at airplanes. 8 parachutes if you do it from high altitude. Or you go to lower altitude and you just simply slide it at the back and it kind of skids to a halt. It's called a Lapes drop. It looks fantastic. It breaks the tank half the time. They built a lot of these things. What's unique about it is the 152mm gun launcher. It fires either a very large high explosive anti-tank round, a 10,000 flechette beehive round, or the MGM-51 Shillelagh missile. Didn't really work out very well. After they built, about 1,200 of these things, they were all removed from service. With the exception of a couple hundred that went to Fort Irwin, they made them look like enemy vehicles. They became the OPFOR. And one single company that stayed with the 82nd Airborne.
Jeremy, the Lab 3, you call it a...
They saw service
RWS.
mainly in Vietnam. This particular vehicle was acquired by the museum in 1996. When they opened it up to do some repair work, they found somebody had dropped a wrench down the bottom of the engine bay.
Remote.
And it's too much work to get it out, so they left it there. It had markings on it for a unit.
Weapon system.
That unit was the 11th Armored Cavalry Regiment, the Black Horse. I went to Afghanistan with Black Horse, as it happens. And you're going to see the markings on the front there, 1st of the 11th Cav. The Black Horse, that's where they came up their motto, find the bastards and pile on. We're not very polite in the army. Eventually, they got modified for the armored cavalry configuration. So you see the bird cage, they called it, up where the commander's caliber 50 is. There are 20 rounds of HE or canister inside and an additional 10 missiles. It is incredibly cramped in here. It could swim. You'll fold this bow plate forward. You would extend the canvas screen. It would look kind of like one of those DD tanks from World War II. And you would hopefully get to the far side before you sank. Made of aluminium, not exactly resistant to damage, but at least the Detroit diesel worked, which is how it saw service as an Op-4 vehicle. The ones at the center of Vietnam, they took the missile system off. It wasn't worth it. They weren't using it against enemy armor. In fact, of the 60,000 Shillelagh missiles that were built, they only fired 13 in anger in 1991 against Iraqi bunker targets. I'm told most of them actually hit. However, it is a very cute little vehicle. This particular one came out of, as I say, out of Germany. It saw service with 11th ACR in the Fulda Gap, which is where Black Horse went after Vietnam. Of course, 11th ACR are now the professional opposing force in Fort Irwin. There's not much else to be said about the 551, so what we'll do is we'll move forward, and I'll get off the field, and we'll move the show onwards. So, thank you all for listening. Hope you have a good day. Remember to drink water, stay hydrated. That's the Army side of me coming out, but the medics have asked me to push. It ain't cool, and we don't need more heat casualties. All right, take care.
Thanks, sir. Excellent. Thanks, Nick. AKA the Chieftain, everybody. Let's go. He's come all the way up here. Give him a hand. So did everybody hear what the Chieftain said? Can you believe that floats? Well, not like a boat, anyways. I would imagine everybody knows that if that thing's going to move in water, what's it got to have? A very well-maintained engine to move the track, to propel itself forward in the water. So when someone says they have a tank that they put in the water, it's it's a hard thing to really realize that these things could do that. Be good? Good. All right, next up, we're going to have another vehicle here. We might get one more lap with the Sheridan. We're just going to see here. All right, our next vehicle. I'm saying vehicle because it has wheels. The RWS, Remote Weapon System, LAV variant. So I have someone special here to introduce to you. For those of you who have followed some personalities on the internet, I'm going to introduce you before I want to get at the big splash. Watch your back there.
Mike's yours, brother.
Okay. So let's give it up for Funker 530. Does anyone know who that is? We're thrilled to welcome a very special guest. He's a dynamic and knowledgeable host of Funker 530, which brings closer to us with his military experiences through his experience, insightful commentary, and additionally, he captivates audiences on his History TV Military Mysteries. Exploring the fascinating details of military history, please join me and give me a huge round of applause for Ronnie Atkins. All right, I think you might be on mute. I'll just double check. The green. Do check.
Welcome, Oshawa. Come on, come on, come on. Loud, 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 loud. We're just getting started. Yes. So I just rolled up in a Lab 3. I called it an Uber. I asked if they'd let me ride in it because it actually is very personal for me. I am American. This is not something that I ever rode in. I rode around in a 4x4 Toyota Land Cruiser in Afghanistan. But there's a gentleman sitting right over here with the camera.
We're running quick down this.
That's Funker. He started our YouTube channel, Funker 530. He is a Canadian Forces veteran, and that was his Uber. Now, we're going to talk about the lab specifically, and specifically about this one, but I want to give you some history because it doesn't look very much like it has a whole lot of capabilities on it, but it's not about what's on it, it's about what's inside of it. Right? 33 of these labs, Lab 3 specifically, were designated to have their 25mm M242 Bushmaster machine guns taken off. Now, why in the world would you take a 25mm Bushmaster chain gun that fires at up to 200 rounds a minute of either high explosive incendiary trace or armor-piercing ammunition? Well, typically, it's got to be something bigger. And they decided they were going to put missiles on top of it. Specifically one, though. The package that these 33 were meant for was the TOW under armor package. What is the TOW? The TOW is an anti-tank guided missile. It stands for tube-launched, optically monitored, wire-guided missile, or specifically a semi-automatic command line of sight guidance system. Here's the problem when they did that. When they put those TOW missiles on top of this thing, what you did is you only gave it one shot. Once you fire that TOW, you've got to exit that vehicle and reload it. Well, that doesn't do very well from an armored personnel carrier perspective. So what they decided to do was install the Nanook remote weapon systems. That's what you see on the top with the machine gun sticking out of it. Right now, this is in a configuration with the C6. Who knows what a C6 is? Okay, a couple. I'm assuming some veterans in the crowd that might have run a C6. Funker himself was a C9 gunner. The C6 is a 7.62 by 51mm general purpose machine gun. For those in the US, you might know it as the 240. The manufacturer might know it as the FN Mag. But it is also able to take the Ma Deuce, made by John Moses Browning. That's a 50 cal, fires a 50 cal BMG. It can take a Mark 19 40mm grenade launcher. The reason they wanted to deploy these with these remote weapon systems is they understood, first and foremost, that the TOW is an anti-tank guided missile. How many tanks did Afghanistan have? They didn't have any tanks. Why do we have anti-tank guided missiles on it? So we needed more close-in protection. We needed to be able to protect the real capability
that car
in
coming
the
up?
Lab 3s. That's who's climbing out of the back of this thing.
That car's not coming out, is it?
You're going to have 7 absolute highly trained infantrymen rolling out of the back of this mechanized infantry that are going to get on target, establish fire superiority, maneuver, and accomplish
I didn't know
the
that because I didn't have that in the list.
With this lab specifically,
okay, now I got to get my head around
this
this.
is one of 2 very, very rare instances. The majority of these that had been converted to the RWS from the TOW
I'm just going through my head here. CMP Fat used to pull
RWS removed and oddly
the 25-pounders in limber gun.
Ships. So this is one of 2. It itself was at Canadian Forces Base Gagetown and made its way up here to where we are today. I am so pleased that I was invited to come up here. I'd like to personally thank World of Tanks. The opportunity to actually meet these veterans and see the serial numbers that they were actually piloting in combat is something that I just could not have expected otherwise. That is unique to this museum, and I really hope that they'll invite me back. Please give a round of applause for the museum, for these veterans that are out here. Thank you very much. I'm Ronnie Adkins.
Thanks, Ronnie.
Yes, sir.
Awesome.
That's right. Give him a good hand again.
Okay. Roll out. Front. Yep. Ramp clear. Back them up. Back them up. Okay. All right. Just getting ready to take. All right. We might see one more lap, but we might have another vehicle coming out here now. How's everyone doing out there? Pretty good? All right. Got something very unique coming out here. We're just going to get the lab off the field here. You'll see it moving up the backstretch. Okay, next up, we have a vehicle that is right-hand drive. It is a CMP FAT. You know, see Frank Moore is one of our volunteers driving it. It is known for pulling the limber and the gun. The 25-pounder, which you might have saw in the show before. We've got them over, and you'll see them later in the show. This vehicle is four-wheel drive. Excellent in terrain, can pull a fairly heavy load. And as we bring it around here, you'll notice the guys have been in this for a little while, and you'll notice it's solid metal roof. That's a little warm inside there in this heat. I don't know if you know what it's like to be in a vehicle like that, but if you get inside and sit in there for a half hour or 20 minutes in this heat, it's worse than being in a sauna. At least you can leave a sauna, but when you're at Aquino Tank Weekend and you have to wait to come out onto the stage, you're going to get hot in there. So Jeremy, I'd like to give you an opportunity to talk about the CMP a little more.
Thanks, Jeff. And they just want you to check out your mic while you're over there. So the CMP, what is a CMP? It's a Canadian military pattern truck.
I don't know if
you see it all the time.
What, but they keep picking it up.
They call this one sort of like the lunar module.
So
Notice how the front of it does not have like your standard driver and passenger side door. Instead, it has that massive door that you just saw open there slightly for the whole crew. The whole crew of a 25-pounder gun that is inside the field artillery tractor. Now, looking at this quickly, you say, wait a minute, a CMP, that looks very much like a British truck, a Bedford field artillery tractor. Well, these designs were sent over here to Canada, and companies like Ford and General Motors Canada, they got those British requirements and those initial British designs, and they started to produce military vehicles. This one here was actually produced right here in Oshawa, Ontario. This one was actually produced right here in Oshawa, Ontario by General Motors. And this is a 1940, so this is a very early model of the Canadian military pattern vehicle. You can see in our museum that we have all of the CMPs right up to 1945, and Canada developed its own design. So when you say it's a CMP, it's almost a prototype or early CMP variant on the British requirements. This particular vehicle is actually owned by the Toronto Artillery Foundation and their historical troop, the Limber Gunners. And you're going to see the Limber Gunners in action with their guns during the Battle of Aquino reenactment coming up in the next segment. So very early 1940, built in Oshawa. This is the field artillery tractor. And let's hear it for Frank. Frank, who's in there, has been working on this vehicle for months to get it ready for the show. If I told you the engine was out of that last week, this is the type of commitment and volunteers that we have here at the Canadian Tank Museum. In our museum, there's a great variety of different vehicles, not just tanks and armored vehicles, because Al was saying about how massive the operational collection is. We have the Jeeps, we have the trucks, We have the field artillery tractors, the carriers, all the vehicles that go along with the tank that you'll find in our museum. Okay, and we're going to have another very special vehicle coming out. This CMP, they're also called a quad because they're four-wheel drive. We'll just have the quad go by one more time before we get to the next vehicle. Just so everybody in the stands can see it. And soon coming up, we're going to have a very rare and very special CMP. Now you guys know what a CMP is when you're speaking about military equipment. Surprising figures. In Canada, over 800,000 military vehicles were produced during the Second World War. 800,000. From Canada as an industrial base, actually was a fairly small country. Okay, so I'm going to invite out again. You in the opening ceremonies, you met Mr. Alan Duffy, the president of our museum, who's going to be talking about another vehicle, definitely not a Canadian vehicle, but it actually is a tank that has a unique Second World War history and post-war history. So if you can give it up right now for Mr. Alan Duffy, president of the Canadian Tank Museum.
Aren't these vehicles amazing? I don't know what got you started or having an interest in this stuff, but I remember when I was a kid, my grandfather, who was in the Ontario Regiment in World War II, he used to bring me tank models as a kid. So I was kind of indoctrinated. And he bought me one of these models. This is a Russian T-34-85. It's very iconic. How many of you are familiar with it? See, a lot of hands there. I never thought I would ever be able to get one. I never thought we could get one at the museum. I was in the UK, and I was looking at a Chieftain 11, and that's the one that was out here earlier. Where rides were given in it. And I went in, I saw this Chieftain 11, and then to the left of it, I saw that. Well, I cut a deal on both of them, and we brought them both home from the UK to here. Now, that Russian tank, T-34, just the T-34, the previous version, it came out about 1940. And when the Germans invaded Russia, they got the shock of their lives when they come up against that. Now, the original one had a little smaller turret. It had a 76-millimeter cannon, and in the turret there were two people, two soldiers, two crewmen, and down below there was a driver and a gunner down below, a machine gunner. So there was four. By the time the Battle of Kursk happened, the Germans had much better tanks that could take the original T-34 out easy. So they wanted to come up with something better. So in 1944, they ended up taking the same chassis of the T-34, but they put a larger turret, a three-man turret, and they put in T-34-85. They put an 85-millimeter cannon on it. The requirement for the cannon basically was to be able to take out a Tiger, German Tiger or a German Panther, and it did all of that. So you're looking at it, it's the same chassis, but if you look close, it looks very oversized. Does anyone know what that writing is on the side? Well, some will say fighting friend, some will say fighting girlfriend. Well, there's quite a story behind that by a woman named Maria that donated money so that Stalin would buy it. She could buy a tank, but the condition was she had to crew on it. Well, I won't go into all of that, but that's what that says on there, fighting girlfriend. And a number, after she was killed in battle, a number of people also put it on their tanks right through to Berlin. But this one here, it's one thing to get a vehicle, it's another thing. Like with the British vets, we were able to trace stuff. How do you trace this? And the serial number was a little abnormal, like given the normal Russian serial numbers from their factories where they made them. Well, we were lucky enough to get a manifest of probably about 20 tanks that came out of factory, I believe it was 121, just outside Moscow. And it was made, I thought we had a World War II veteran. This was made in June of 1945, right after the war in Europe ended. But you think, okay, well I was a little disappointed until I found out the history. Right after victory in Europe, Stalin had agreed to turn all of his forces against the Japanese and give some relief to the Americans. That was part of their deal. So what they did was, this vehicle, this tank, was shipped with all the other tanks, a force that was far superior than the Russians ever put together in any of the battles against the Germans, including Kursk. There were more tanks that went to Manchuria to kick out the Japanese. And now by the time they got there, it was in August, this was made in June, and it went right on a rail car and it went out to Manchuria. The battle was over and the Japanese were defeated in Manchuria in 8 days. So the interesting part, there's actually damage on the front and damage on the side of this. So this took hits in this Manchurian campaign. So that's in 1945. So then this vehicle surfaces again in 1995. We're talking like what, 50 some odd years later. 1995, the Bosnians had it, and during a peacekeeping mission, the Bosnians attacked a British outpost, and there was 5 men injured, and 1 man was critically injured with like lifelong, injuries. And the British, and they were attacked with a T-34-85. So the British went and they attacked their base, and they captured 6 of them. This is one of the 6 that made it back to England and made it over here to our museum. So it's ironic how you find these stories out, and when you find what the histories are. A very iconic piece. Not too many museums have these things running, and this is one of them. So that's the story of our T-34-85.
Thank you so much, Al. Just going to get the tank to get one more circuit of the arena so everyone can get a good look at the vehicle. Very simple in its engineering. But now at the age of this vehicle, we're finding it more and more difficult to maintain. It was interesting. I was speaking to one researcher of the T-34 and T-34-85, and talking about the maintenance of these vehicles. And he told me, well, they were only expected to last for 10 days. 10 days on the Eastern Front. They were banging them out as fast as they could. They weren't thinking of long-term use like we do today with main battle tanks serving over 10, 20, 30, 40 years with different upgrades. So for a vehicle that was made to come out of the factory with an expected life of maybe 10 days, it's amazing to almost 80 years later see one of these things running. Okay, and then I'm going to continue to talk here about the next vehicle, because it's actually my favorite vehicle in the entire museum collection. And a vehicle that we actually just acquired in the collection last year, September in 2023. Let's send out the GM Fox. Now, this is obviously not a tank. This is an armored reconnaissance or armored scout car. But it's also a CMP. Remember we were talking about the Canadian military pattern trucks. I bet you there's some in the comments there on the stream saying, no, wait a minute, that's a Humber scout car. But it isn't. Just like with the Bedford FAT, those requirements for those vehicles, many of them that were lost at Dunkirk, and the British Army had lost a lot of their capability with the fall of France and losing a lot of equipment, they sent to Canada plans to build a Humber scout car. And Canada looked at the plans and said, well, how can we build these as fast as possible? And decided to build them off of a chassis that was already available, and that was the chassis of the Quad, the FAT, that you had just seen previously. So if you look at the wheelbase, it's built on a Quad chassis and built with components that were available here in Canada and in North America. So the main armament, you can see in the turret, unlike the Humber, this actually has two machine guns. It has a 50 caliber machine gun and a 30 caliber machine gun. It was built by General Motors Canada. This is a GM Fox Mark I, which was basically equivalent of the Humber Mark III. So built here in Canada, but built in Oshawa, built in this town, about 3 kilometers away from this tank arena, where the General Motors factory was during the war. It's just a great example of Canadian ingenuity, General Motors and their production techniques to build something in a very short period of time to meet a requirement. I'm going to stop the vehicle here so the camera can get a good look. So there's something exceptionally strange about this vehicle, and you'll see that when you get close to it, when it's over in the tank park later. It has a rear steering wheel. So when the crew door is open, you can see the driver's compartment, but in the back of the vehicle, there's a few controls and a steering wheel. And believe it or not, it was rarely used, and it was actually much hated by the crews who crewed these. But the idea was that they could use the rear steering wheel and controls to back the vehicle up and get it out of a situation. Very strange design. But there's something else about this vehicle. In this museum and in museums all over the world, there are examples of vehicles. But this is a rare example for a Canadian museum because much of our equipment was left overseas. This vehicle is actually a veteran of the Second World War in the Italian campaign. So this was built in September 1943, General Motors Oshawa, and was shipped to Italy. We're not 100% sure at this time that it actually served with the Canadian Armed Forces. The Canadians only used about 23% of the equipment that we built. We gave a lot of it to our allies in the Commonwealth. But it returned home to Oshawa in September 2023, 80 years after its deployment. So you're not only looking at an incredible example of Second World War Canadian military technology, but you're looking at a veteran, something that was actually there in the Italian campaign. You can see that it has that bubble camo all over the sides, and in the Second War, the veterans used to call that Mickey Mouse camo. Can you see why? I'm going to set the Fox go around a couple more times. There was 1,406 of these built. And although there are a few hulls lying around, there are only 7 complete examples known in the world. And this is the only running example in Canada. So only 7 of these, a super rare vehicle, though not a tank, important to our production history, our Second World War contribution. And we are just so happy to have this in the museum. It was actually a charitable foundation, a family foundation that donated the funds so that we could bring this back home to Oshawa where it was built. And you can learn more of that on our website. The vehicle itself is actually not very well known. Okay, well, we'll move on. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, who's going to talk about a tank, a big tank. Sam Richardson. He's also a full-time employee of the museum. If you could welcome Sam. He looks after the Ontario Regiment Museum and also curates all of the information on the vehicles of the Canadian Tank Museum. And Sam is going to talk to us about our interesting Canadian Centurion.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. How are we doing today, everybody? Are we having a great time? All right, excellent. Now this 52-ton behemoth that we see rolling out here, it's perhaps a poetic story in the sense that such an iterative design on the concept of the tank in the first place, being made in the original home country of the tank in the first place, the United Kingdom. The story of the Centurion, in essence, is that, of course, as we know, the German forces had it made when it came to tank design during the Second World War. They were on the ball with designs like the Panther, Tiger, and King Tiger. And the Allies were, in some respects, each playing their own game of catch-up all throughout the conflict, trying to find something that was powerful enough to take those enemy tanks out. And the British Army, for its part, tried a few different options. The 17-pounder gun, highly effective weapon. Thicker armor, always useful. But yet, there were not often many available engines that could actually move such a massively armed and armored tank along at any reasonable speed. Sometimes with a heavy tank of this size, you'd have been lucky to get up to 25 kilometers per hour out of it during the war. However, there was this ingenious idea to borrow from the Royal Air Force and convert the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine that powered the Spitfire and the Lancaster into a tank version, the Rolls-Royce Meteor, which put out 650 horsepower. Now, for the first time, there's a very strong, robust tank engine that can drive along such a huge, heavily armed and armored tank. Combine that with 6 inches of frontal armor and that tried and true 17-pounder cannon, and you now have the Centurion, the world's first main battle tank. You've done away now with the light, medium, and heavy weight classes where there always had to be some compromise between firepower, armor, and speed. And now you have, for the first time, a balance of the three to some extent. You had that 17-pounder cannon, the armor, and now a top speed of 35 kilometers an hour. Now, sadly, the Centurion actually made it to the former combat zone only slightly too late to participate in the war. But all was not yet lost. Only 5 years later, another war broke out, this time much further away in Korea. And the British Army deployed as part of the United Nations response, and they brought along their Centurions, now upgraded to the Mark III with the even stronger 84mm 20-pounder cannon. And they ate North Korean T-34s for breakfast. They were also well known for their strangely adept skill at climbing very steep hills, which Korea was absolutely full of, being very mountainous. Update the coaxial machine gun, and now you've got the example of the Centurion that we have here, the Centurion Mark V. Now, this particular Centurion and other Canadian examples like it are somewhat unique unto themselves because they were upgraded with a selection of different pieces that came from different marks of the Centurion. So it's not like they fit into any one specific neat category, if you will. This one has the extended long-range armored fuel tank on the back that holds an extra 100 gallons of fuel, which was entirely necessary because this thing got a paltry 0.27 miles per gallon. That would get it 100 kilometers before it would run out and have to be refueled again. Add to that a 50 caliber ranging machine gun as well, and there are even fixtures for infrared lights and sighting devices from the Mark 11 version that served overseas in West Germany. Sadly, we're not exactly all too sure about this Centurion's exact service history, but what we can say for certain is that it was once a monument in Saint-Hubert, Quebec. Then it came to the museum around 2005 and has since been a very beloved passion project for museum members. It was long held in this sort of restoration purgatory because at that time it was difficult for the museum to be able to acquire a functional Rolls-Royce Meteor engine. It just wasn't in the budget. But once that finally became possible, we managed to gain some pretty serious momentum on this project, and now this is one of, if not the only, Centurions operating in North America. All right, that is all I have to say about the Centurion for the time being. Back to Jeremy. Thank you very much for attending Aquino Tank Weekend. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you so much, Sam. We're going to hear from Sam a bit later on the history of the Battle of Aquino, and he'll be narrating that Second World War segment. Yeah, quite a beautiful vehicle. And once again, years and years and years of volunteer time to turn something that was a monument back into a piece of living history. So we're going to, I'm going to turn it around again, get him to come around the arena one more time for you, and then we'll have our last vehicle in the Meet the Tank segment. Considering the rarity of this vehicle on this side of the pond, I'll let you enjoy that as it goes around the arena one more time. Our mechanics and tankies here, not only, as you can see, got the turret operational, but believe it or not, Malcolm, one of our head tank restorers on this vehicle, he actually got the stabilization system to work. So quite an incredible restoration on the inside and the outside of this vehicle. All right, I'll turn it back over to Jeff, and we're actually going to meet some serving soldiers, some Canadian Armed Forces soldiers in a retired historical vehicle and learn a bit more about them, their service, and their historical troop.
Thanks, Jeremy. All right, let's bring in the Coyote. Everyone in these stands, you'll see if you look to your right, we're going to bring out the RCDs, which are the Royal Canadian Dragoons. This is their LAV 2, known as the Coyote. And you'll see they're moving along pretty quickly here. You'll notice their flag on the back, floating in the air. We're going to bring them up here, and we're going to have a little chat with them here. I don't think we're going to have troops inside drop out, but we're going to bring them in. This team that joined us from the RCDs, the Royal Canadian Dragoons today, they're joining us from a historical vehicle troop. So we're going to get up on top here, and we're going to have a conversation here with the team. And let's see who's brave enough to talk on the microphone. All right, welcome the RCDs. Everybody, these are current serving soldiers in the military. How you doing? Good, good, thanks. Welcome. Introduce yourself.
All right, I'm Trooper Hardrace with the Royal Canadian Dragoons and the historical vehicle troop that our unit operates. Here we have brought you a Coyote reconnaissance vehicle. It's a vehicle we only retired very recently. We only just acquired this one. It's actually still under the forces on paper. So we brought it out for you today. We did have a static count. Unfortunately, it broke down yesterday. However, we still have it here. It's just over in the field there, so you can go see us with the static count there over there with us today.
Can I get you to introduce the team here we've got inside the Lab 2 for us?
Of course. So inside our Coyote, our driver is Corporal Coyote. Our gib in the back is Trooper Hartlieb. Our commander right there is Corporal Villard. And then we've got our gunner in there as well.
Just a quick story. I learned some things yesterday. Everyone noticed the flag, the cap badge of the Royal Canadian Dragoons is a springbok. It's like a gazelle or a small deer. There's one interesting thing that I had heard quite some time ago, but I didn't get a chance to really talk to the team about it. And there's something really interesting about the cap badge. In the springbok, it has a small little tail. That tail actually points in a different direction based on what squadron they're coming from. So if you don't mind talking about the history of the cap badge and why that tail was so important, and just let us know what you know of that cap badge and that specific detail of the cap badge.
Of course. So the cap badge, as he said, is a springbuck. The springbuck is very significant to us, as a herd of springbucks helped us during the Battle of Lafontaine back during the Boer War. We chose it as our cap badge because of this. The movement of the tail represents what squadron you are in the Royal Canadian Dragoons. So if the tail is straight up, it means they are a member of A Squadron. About 45, B Squadron, flat, C Squadron. And then at 45, aimed down, is D Squadron. And that's the movement of the tail, and it's how you can tell who's part of what squadron.
Thank you for the laps. Do we want to head one more lap, or would we like to hear from some people up top here, I think? They didn't think you were going to get away. You thought you were going to get away from me from the mic, weren't you? We did introduce you all up here, but I'd like you guys to give us just a quick introduction and what you do in the role.
How's it going, everyone? Hope you guys are having a great weekend. My name's Corporal Villard. Right now, I'm the crew commander of this vehicle, and I have my buddy right beside me who's my gunner. We also have Corporal Carson Cloutier, who is my driver in the front. Doing a great job today. I'll give it to my friend here so he can give it an introduction as well.
Hey everyone, my name is Corporal Lachance. I've been acting as gunner. I'm actually the team mechanic. And, well, don't know what else really to say. I'll pass it back on to my crew commander.
Hi, I'm Trooper Hartlieb. I'm in the Gibbs spot of this Coyote. We are excited to be here.
Last but not least, we got to bug the driver. He was trying to hide under the front hatch here, but I'm coming around. Nice try. Just making sure that we're in park, right?
I can't even hear myself. I am Corporal Cluche, Royal Canadian Dragoons. I've actually been with the Dragoons for about 10 years, and I was trained on the Coyote. First I started out as a driver, and then a gunner, and I was in the Gib hatch. It's been a long 10 years. Got trained on a few other vehicles, but it's always been good to get back in the hole and get some pedal to the metal.
Excellent. Thanks very much. If you want to mount up, I'm going to have a quick chat with you. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Much appreciated with the team here. Getting ready to mount up. It's nice hearing from the actual regiment when we get here with your troop. We'd hoped to have the Staghound with us today, but unfortunately, old vehicles, that's the way they are. And I'll give you back to Jeremy.
Well, there's one interesting thing I wanted to mention that the Dragoons were talking about, is they're calling it, I'll let them roll off first. You see, once again, you see the hatch at the back, and you heard them calling it the Gib hatch. When I first learned this, actually, from a member of our museum who was an Afghan veteran, I was actually quite shocked. The reason it's called a Gib hatch, it means guy in the back. Can you believe that? Guy in the back hatch. So we're going to have the Dragoons go around you for a second. Now, I think you can hear some other interesting vehicles warming up in the background. I'm not sure if you catch that on the online stream. But the Second World War vehicles are getting ready for the upcoming segment. So I'm just going to check with the Marshal and just enjoy seeing the historical vehicle troop of the Royal Canadian Dragoons. I need them to fill that 3. I need them to fill that 3 minutes. I got no more.
Hey everybody, we are back. Lots of exciting stuff. As you might have overheard on the behind the scenes radio, Jeremy and the crew are...
Just
okay,
keep going.
I hear it in my earpiece. I'm like, are we here in the field?
We got
or
multiple
us?
feeds
Okay.
going here.
So as you can tell, we've got a lot of moving parts here, a lot of moving vehicles, and they are gearing up for their historical reenactment of the Battle of Aquino. Now, Chieftain and I, we came up a few months ago. We met with Sam, the curator here, to make a little video of our own. Do you want to talk a little bit about the video we're about to present?
So here's the thing. We keep coming up to Aquino Weekend, but the question we have never actually answered is what the devil is an Aquino and why is it called Aquino?
Aquino?
And well, apparently in Italian it's Aquino.
Aquino.
I do not speak Italian, but that's what they're telling me now. But it is a battle honor. So military regiments will have sewn onto, at least in the Commonwealth, sewn onto their flag the names of battles in which they participated. So in American it'll be battle streamers, but it's actually on the flag itself for the Commonwealth forces. And the Ontario Regiment is the only regiment in the Canadian forces to have Aquino as their battle honor. So because it is so important to the Ontario Regiment, they decided that when the Ontario Regiment Museum was going to have an event, they would call it the Aquino Weekend. But that doesn't help us answer the question of what is the Battle of Aquino, what happened in the battle, and why is it important to the Ontars.
And that's what this documentary video is about to present to you. But before we throw it there, I did want to call attention to the fact that this is the 80th anniversary of the Battle of Aquino, which is why it's going to be the featured reenactment that we'll see live in the arena shortly or this afternoon. And then also it is the topic of one of our giveaways. If you recall, or you were with us from the beginning of the stream, we are giving away a few premium tanks in the form of a Ram 2.
Pay attention in this video.
Pay very close attention. attention.
Foot stop, fun stop.
Exactly. There is a link for that quiz available on Twitch. Tragic Loss might even be pushing it again now. If you want to enter that giveaway, you need to answer these questions correctly. So yes, pay very close attention to this video. Also, fun fact, there is a link to the web page that also has a rendition of this history, so you could also browse that page for the correct answers. But check that out, and without further ado, why don't we check out the battle? Roll VT.
We have been coming here to Oshawa for the Aquino Tank Weekend now for some years, but I don't think we've ever actually addressed the question, what actually is an Aquino? This is a guidon, as they call the things here. It displays the battle honors of the Ontario Regiment. Starts off at the top left with Vimy in World War I, and it ends at the end of World War II. And you'll notice, bottom right, a couple up from the bottom, is the Italian town of Aquino. Yes, the Battle of Aquino is one of the major engagements of the Ontario regiments. And so what we're going to do is hand over to the museum staff and learn a bit more about the battle which gave the event its name.
It's May 1944, and after a fairly quiet winter on the Italian front with minimal movement due to pretty heavy snowfall, the Italian front is now once again in motion. The Ontarios have moved through the Gustav Line and are working with British units on the way to Rome. However, one last line of fortifications stands in their way, the Hitler Line. Built off the back of the Gustav Line in an attempt to salvage what was left of their fortifications, the Germans are highly dug in and tenacious as ever, defending a line named after their own Fuhrer. And it is the Ontario's objective, along with their British compatriots, to breach this line at a small town called Aquino. Little did they know, this battle would turn out to be one of the most pivotal in their history and the source of a battle honor that they alone possess in the Canadian Armed Forces. In the greater context of the advance on Rome, Aquino is an ideal point of attack because of, namely, the airfield that is located near the town. That airfield could be of value to the Allied forces later on by allowing them to either stage fighter aircraft or by flying in supplies to further their supply chain. Along with the airfield, a railway and a key highway, Highway number 6, that ultimately leads to Rome, are located right near Aquino. And the Ontarios are essentially using Highway number 6 and the railway as two guiding paths that will ultimately, in the months ahead, lead to Rome. The Ontarios as a whole are equipped with 61 cruiser tanks, meaning in this case 61 M4A4 Shermans. They are divided into 3 squadrons comprising 19 Shermans each. In the battle itself, A and B squadrons are the 2 main participating squadrons that are fielded up front, while initially C Squadron is going to be held in reserve. Along with their Shermans, the Ontarios have M3A3 Stuarts, which are, if you think of a typical Stuart tank, the turret is removed and they are essentially used as an armored carrier that can be used for reconnaissance and resupply. They also are working closely with the British 392nd Battery of the 98th Field Regiment, who have been a mainstay in their artillery support throughout the Italian campaign, and whose role, as it will turn out, will be pivotal in the battle ahead. The terrain in Italy was not at all very friendly for tanks. This advance, which was uphill, is a similar case of narrow roads, not a lot of movement room on either side, and the Ontarios had to advance, being flanked by a company each of the 5th Battalion Buffs Royal East Kent Regiment. So there was not a whole lot of room for movement from side to side. Add on top of that, the weather at this particular day was not at all good, to say the least. In the early hours of the morning between 0200 and the attack start at 0500, the area was thickly shrouded in fog, which one junior officer described as being so thick he could practically reach out and touch it, and he could not even see the next tank in front of him in his own troop. The Ontarios went into this battle not expecting too much opposition. Early reconnaissance had actually reported that the town of Aquino was relatively clear of German units, so they did not expect it to be tough going. However, in actual fact, the airfield and the town and the surrounding area were well defended by the German 90th Panzer Grenadier Division,
which was supported by self-propelled artillery, tank destroyers like Stugs, and most notably Panther terms, which are Panther tank turrets equipped with 75mm high-velocity cannons built into concrete encasements in the ground, making them very low profile and difficult to actually fire at and hit directly. At the same time, those encasements are extremely deadly to Sherman tanks. One direct hit and that Sherman could easily be done. The attack begins early at 0500 hours under a dense fog. A Squadron moves to the north across the railway line to the north of the airport and then swings back west with the intention of preventing a German retreat to the north and to advance on the airport itself. Meanwhile, B Squadron joins up with 2 companies of the 5th Battalion, the Buffs, Royal East Kent Regiment, and advances uphill along a road toward the airport. Things start going awry, though, when B Squadron and the Buffs reach a cemetery along the way, and as it turns out, the 90th Panzer Grenadier Division is extremely well dug in that cemetery. Machine gun emplacements, the likes of which might include something like this MG42 here on the extremely well-engineered Lafette gun mount, could easily hold up infantry on their own for hours on end. And with anti-tank guns also included in the mix, it quickly turned disorderly, especially when the commanding officer and the signals section of the Buffs took a direct hit in their universal carrier and all of them were killed at once. And the Ontarios could no longer confidently fire on the enemy without being worried about hitting their British compatriots. Meanwhile, to the north of the airport, things weren't going much better for A Squadron either. By this point, they've discovered that the airport itself is heavily fortified with anti-tank guns, self-propelled guns, and the feared Panther terms. And several tanks from A Squadron have now found themselves marooned in a depression in the ground, which is the only cover that they can actually find from the Panther terms that are constantly sending rounds over their heads to make sure that they do not try and continue their advance forward. They ultimately remain stuck there throughout the day, despite receiving some support from C Squadron, which had been held in reserve and sent some troops up to assist them, and to B Squadron as well in their own difficult situation. But by the end of the day, A Squadron actually has to withdraw with smoke, canister, and artillery fire with support from the 392nd Battery 98th Field Regiment. From first contact at 0700, the battle remains pretty intense throughout the day. B Squadron never gets beyond that cemetery despite the infantry support and the smoke cover, and they have to withdraw. Meanwhile, to the north, A Squadron is marooned in that depression on the airfield all throughout the day, and only approximately 14 hours later, under the cover of darkness, do they really get the full opportunity to withdraw. All throughout this time, of course, the smoke cover from the 392nd Battery remaining pivotal in giving them some form of cover on the relatively open ground. Once the shooting had died down and the Ontarios had the chance to return to harbor and take stock of the situation, they noticed what severe damage they had endured during the battle. Although one casualty alone was fatal, Trooper John T. Phillips of Toronto, several key leading figures in the regiment had been severely wounded, not the least of which included Major Millen and several other troop and squadron leaders. The equipment losses, though, had been especially severe. 13 Shermans had been lost in the battle, which is around 2/3 of a tank squadron's total fighting tank strength. And of the Shermans that came back, not a single one had escaped being hit at least once. Thankfully, though, the Ontarios were not out of action for long. They were able to replenish their lost equipment, and within the next 5 days, they were able to join in with further support from the 11th Infantry Brigade and the 14th Armored Regiment, or the Calgary Regiment, which was in their own armored brigade, and joined together in support of the 38th Irish Brigade, and finally break through Aquino and carry on their advance through the Lahy Valley on towards Rome. Now, the battle being especially harrowing as it was, even the highest ranking of personnel were not spared from injury. In this particular grizzly case. This helmet belonged to Major Harry Millen, who was actually the commanding officer of A Squadron, and he was leading the charge to the north of the airfield when, at approximately the same moment, he was struck by a piece of shrapnel and shot across the top of the head by a sniper. The round entering through this side here and then exiting out the other side. Now, just from the size of the entry hole alone, a person might think, well, that's certainly a lethal injury, but miraculously, he actually survived. And he then kept the helmet as a memento, and it later made its way into our museum collection. Another incredible example of heroism displayed at the Battle of Aquino was by the driver of the regimental padre, Major Waldo Smith. His driver was Trooper Cecil Westover, who the soldiers knew as Westy, and despite having barely a cup of tea and not a wink of sleep in 3 nights to sustain himself, he worked tirelessly throughout the battle, driving his Jeep back and forth to the aid station, evacuating wounded crewmen and personnel. And it's estimated that over the course of the battle, he evacuated over 180 soldiers. His actions are actually referred to in the cover of Major Smith's memoir here, What Time the Tempest, and this illustration shows a medical jeep, if you will, that's evacuating some wounded personnel with a brewed-up Sherman in the background. Since the battle, the citizens of Aquino have been conscious of the Ontario's role in the engagement, and they've done a great deal to remember the regiment and the efforts that it made there. And recently, the local administration of Aquino actually presented this City of Aquino medallion to our museum as a token of gratitude and friendship in recognition of the regiment's role in the battle. With the Ontario Regiment having played such a central role in the Battle of Aquino, it felt only fitting that we coined our premier event of the year, Aquino Tank Weekend. We decided on that name for several main reasons, namely being, apart from the Ontario's main role in it, the fact that we still operate 2 Sherman tanks in our collection, which were iconic of the regiment's use and actually stayed in service until 1972 with the regiment. And at the time of the event's creation in 2014, we were fortunate to still have 3 veterans from the battle itself who were still with us and who sadly have now since passed on. Thanks very much in huge part to our museum president, Alan Duffy. This event grew from a one-day show, Aquino Tank Day, in 2014, to now being the premier military history event in North America, at which we have the opportunity to educate thousands of visitors about the Ontario Regiment's role, the Canadian Army's part, and Canada's role in general in military engagements both throughout the Second World War and in history since. We hope you're enjoying this live broadcast of Aquino Tank Weekend. If you can't make it out to the event yourself, we hope that you'll be able to join us at the museum some other time. Tank Saturday events are run once monthly throughout the summer season from May to October, where you get to see similar live vehicle demonstrations as you do at Aquino Tank Weekend. And, of course, in this building, we've got an incredible set of stories and exhibits on everything from the Fenian raids all the way to the Afghanistan War, showcasing the incredible depth and richness of our regimental history. Thank you very much for joining us.
All right, well, that was a terrific video, and I think at this point, if you are participating in that giveaway for the Ram 2...
You have your answers?
You should definitely have your answers. I hope you were paying close attention. Now, before I introduce the next guest, I did want to take a second to acknowledge that our stream is having a little bit of technical difficulty. Things are overheating as, I mean, we are experiencing record temperatures for an Aquino Tank Weekend. It is hot, 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 and I do think I'm well within my right to blame these high temperatures on our next guest, Tanksers from the World of Tanks Armor, Modern Armor team. What are you doing to us, dude?
Console peasant.
Console. Well,
did I say that aloud? How you doing, Commander? Pleasure to be here. I did bring the heat. It's very
hot usually in Chicago this time.
Right.
Wind blows this way, and what can you do? But we're having fun out here.
Let's bring it up a little higher there, just make sure we can all hear you.
We are having fun, and thank you so much for joining us, especially sitting right here. And we have no cover for you, so thank you for being our guest on the stream. We're so excited to get to introduce you to the PC crew.
Now, this is not your first time here either, is it?
No, I was here last year in Aquino as well. It was not as hot, but it was definitely amazing seeing all these live tanks in action.
How many Aquino Tank Weekends have you attended now?
Second one this time.
Second one. Okay, what kind of vehicles are we getting in this time around?
In modern armor?
No, at Aquino Tank Weekend. What vehicle hatches have you been in?
I got into the Leopard one, and that was my dream to get into last year. Last year I got in the T-54, which is a little jankier, but that Leopard was a smooth, luxurious ride. It was going real quick, and I didn't feel a bump.
It is. So, can we expect we can have more modern armor presence in future Aquino? So if you have modern armor people coming in, they'll be able to find you?
Yeah, definitely. I've seen a lot of players, asking, hey, we're the modern armor guys, and I'm here to represent, and hopefully next year we'll have a bigger presence. So,
is there anything you want to talk about happening in game that players can look forward to in Modern Armor?
Yeah, just a real high level here. We just introduced a new heavy metal season, and we're reintroducing some of the old bands, and then also some new bands we just talked about, including Rob Zombie and Motorhead. So look forward to that. If you like heavy metal music, go ahead and check this out.
Okay, awesome. And then I've seen you around the field because we've got the tank arena here, and then we have a huge field behind us filled with the RC tanks. We've got the food trucks. We've got all the reenactment camps. You've been making a lot of cool videos. When can folks expect to see those on your social media channels?
Yeah, definitely. I've been recording everything that I've been able to touch and see. So you could expect probably some videos next week when I get back into the office. I'll be editing everything and tossing it onto our socials. So keep an eye out for that as well.
And this is a specific Modern Armor social media.
Correct. This would be on the World of Tanks, Modern Armor, TikTok accounts, and our YouTube channels as well. So.
Okay, terrific. Well, we are gearing up for the Battle of Aquino reenactment. So I hear Jeremy on the field. It sounds like they are just warming up the crowd. So I don't know if you guys had a chance to listen to the noise that was coming out of that field yesterday, but according to inside sources, today's finale for the Battle of Aquino reenactment is going to be banging loud, booming at the top of the...
I like how she did that pun.
Oh.
See what you did there.
I don't even know what I did there. But we were joined by Matt Matsimus earlier. He is in the Canadian military. He's on the artillery side, and he's out there helping the volunteers and reenactors. They have two artillery limbers prepared with 25 pounders each, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. You can help me make sure I'm
you're
saying
on
these
a roll
things.
here.
All right, we got the 25 pounders. There's two of them out there. Apparently, every year it's usually maybe they
usually only bring one. They've acquired a second one somewhere.
and usually they only fire one or two rounds. This year, I've been told that each of those limbers are going to be firing
It's
10
like
to 20.
It's like a battery 10 or a section 10 is what they're firing.
What's a section 10?
A section each tube fires 10 rounds.
Okay, yeah. So it's going to
like
be very, very loud here, and hopefully you'll be able to hear that on the stream. It's going to be incredible. Have you ever been in the tank arena as a reenactor?
Not as a reenactor, but I did a little note from last year. I saw someone get really into it, and they were tossing rocks as makeshift grenades, so it gets real rowdy out here.
That's fun. Hey, they are starting off with the preparation, though. They're setting the scene. They're talking about what's happening in the overall environment at the Hitler line. So maybe we need to listen in here or now. They're starting their...
Let's do it.
Especially bloody Battle of Ortona only months earlier. Little do the Ontarios realize it will turn out to be one of their most difficult days of combat in the war, and a defining moment in their history.
I don't know why they're out there already.
What we're on. Dingo stop. Dingo stop.
Already. That was fun seeing Tanksers, but now for the big show.
So one of the recce units has gone forward.
Army's 2nd Battalion, London Irish Rifles, and 5th Battalion, Buffs, Royal East Kent Regiment, send out reconnaissance parties to survey Aquino and the surrounding area. Aerial reconnaissance had found
All right. They are talking on the PA, so I wonder if we do want to hear a bit of the story that's being shared for everyone in the audience.
With another universal carrier going out.
All right, in come the London Irish Rifles and the Buffs. Scope out the airfield in a Universal Carrier Mark I and a Daimler Dingo Scout car.
So if memory serves, there was a multinational force. The Canadians were used to buttress a British infantry regiment.
Fun fact, that dingo was donated by community contributor Dead Meat during last year's Aquino Tank Weekend. Now it's center stage for the Battle of Aquino reenactment.
Leading officers of the reconnaissance party conferring together.
Set some
scope out
stages.
the area.
Hang on 1 second.
While their troops stay protected in the carrier. That was typical of the time, still is now.
I mean, we call them reenactments. Realistically, they're more representation because obviously you can't reenact the whole battle, especially one that was foggy when nobody can see anything. But they do give a rough impression, maybe some of the events that happened, and of course the kids always love them.
Who doesn't love a real-life tank simulation?
And they're not stinging with the ammo either. When that German MG42 opens up, you'll notice it.
The reconnaissance parties do not find anything in the town itself, though, so they mount back up and return to headquarters.
Dingo, roll back home. Dingo, roll
Oh, the town is abandoned.
Dun dun dun.
Carrier.
How little they know.
So is this typical for the reconnaissance vehicles to
All
go
right,
out?
the reconnaissance party has found nothing for the time being in the town of Aquino itself. So off they go back to headquarters to report their findings, or rather lack thereof.
I don't know if you have to whisper, though.
I know. I just feel like we're in the wild watching as these tanks take on the
Daimler
arena.
Dingo and Universal Carrier were two very typical reconnaissance vehicles of the period.
As they're cautious
The Dingo
of
being able to
predators.
achieve 90
I know,
kilometers
we were on
per hour
reconnaissance. I had to
in
whisper.
both directions.
I am whispering. It's an ASMR stream. But
Both typically armed with Bren 303 caliber machine guns as their main armament, but especially in the Universal Carrier's case, highly versatile and able to be adapted to carry a whole multitude of other armaments besides.
Everyone always loves to focus on the big tanks, and the poor little recce vehicles don't get enough credit. They are the eyes of the army.
and the recce vehicles, they're going out, and it's just them. There's not like any sort of support, right?
No, if you look at the way the U.S. Army operates today, for example, there's what they call the military decision-making process, which is how our larger level units plan and issue the warning order. It's like the second step, and that's when the cavalry, the reconnaissance, go out. Before the plan is made, it's go out there, see what's there. We have a rough idea what we're trying to find, but with the information that you bring back, we're able to refine our plan, and that's where everything else gets put out there. So usually recce unit will have its own integral these days, indirect fire support and so on, just to keep them a little bit more self-contained.
Sure.
World War II, not so much.
Right. Well, it looks like their plan may be coming together. I see vehicles behind the scenes on the move.
Is the battle-hardened German 90th Panzer Grenadier Division lying in wait nearby. Although prepared in a hurry, the defenses of the Hitler Line were still impressive. Built off the western section of the recently breached Gustav Line, the Hitler Line was about 55 kilometers long, with defenses up to 800 meters deep. Of greatest concern to the Ontarios were deadly camouflaged Panther turret positions, which were Panther tank turrets encased in concrete bunkers buried in the ground. Armed with a 75mm cannon, Panther terms were highly lethal to the Ontario's Sherman tanks, while themselves being difficult to spot and hit with return fire. 2 or 3 other 75mm or 50mm towed anti-tank guns also were installed around each Panther turret. As if they were not enough, the line also was covered with plenty of other artillery, anti-tank, and machine gun pillbox positions, along with anti-tank ditches, barbed wire, and minefields. Bold and resolute as ever, the 90th Panzer Grenadier Division is not about to give up their positions on a defensive line bearing their Führer's name.
Yep, that's the one made by Panzerfabrik. The Ontario Regiment Museum acquired it about 3 years ago, I think, at this point. And most replicas of German vehicles you'll find they're very obviously based off of an FE-432 or an M113. This, you gotta look incredibly hard to realize it
As we
was a
see the
replica.
Germans entering the field and setting up their positions, closest to you, you see a Panzer III tank. Been in service since about 1937 by that point, but still a very formidable weapon. 50mm cannon. Good enough to take out a Sherman, still highly lethal. Over on the far side of the field, that is a Hanomag SD KFZ 251 half-track. The ride of the Panzer Grenadiers, who were what we now call mechanized infantry. They could each carry a section of about 10 soldiers in the back, who would then often dismount and set up their own defenses and fight on foot, while the vehicle itself could offer machine gun fire.
Of course, the
Closest to
Anoraks will
defense,
say
you
it's an
also notice a
OT-610.
PAC-36 anti-tank gun. Also had been in service for a long time by that point, and struggling to take out some newer Allied vehicles, but still not a threat to take lightly. And finally, just coming in the arena, a Stug 3 assault gun, highly lethal to Sherman tanks.
These vehicles are just incredibly restored and maintained. The fact that they're even running is always like...
Yeah, something this old. I mean, the Shermans are obviously the real thing, the Daimler is the real thing, the Universal Carriers are the real thing. Getting through vintage World War II German stuff is a lot rarer.
These squadron joins British infantry of the 5th Battalion, the Buffs, Royal East
Allied
Kent
infantry
and advancing along the main road toward Aquino and clearing out the enemy to force an opening in the line's defenses. Then the British 26th Armored Brigade would exploit that opening and breach the Hitler line through a crushing rapid advance. To stay in contact with the tank crews, the Buffs bring along their signals section in a universal carrier. C Squadron is held in reserve, ready to assist wherever needed.
So the carriers had, initially when the carriers were made, there were different types. There was a Brent carrier, there was a Recon carrier, and so on. They eventually just kind of all amalgamated to become a universal carrier to do everything. Now, I say the Shermans are the real thing. They kind of are. These are M4A2 76 HVSS. The exact same model as was used in Fury, if you're curious. These left Canadian Army service in 1972, if I recall.
The airfield and its approaches are thick with fog, and at first, no sight in the air.
So at the actual Battle of Aquino itself, they would have been using 75mm M4A4s with the multibank engine, possibly A1s with the radial.
Now, it's a nice sunny day for us, but imagine, if you will, advancing onto an airport that's covered with fog and you can't see 100 meters in front of you. That's scary enough driving on a paved road for us right now. But in tanks where you're trying to spot the enemy, I couldn't imagine myself.
You sometimes wonder how do you drive forward, and it's kind of, you never know if somebody's going to shoot at you. It's, I mean, after doing it for a year in Iraq, it's just a case of you kind of just learn to live with it.
You'll notice those nicknames. Obviously we see the Sherman, and the Sherman's making moves when he says Bart moves forward. So many of the tanks here do have nicknames, and those are to commemorate and in memoriam of some of the volunteers, especially the founding volunteers.
Traditionally, Canadian vehicles are named after battles of the regiment, such as would be in a British tradition, but here, not so.
Mm-hmm.
The chap in behind the turret there on Billy's wearing a Royal Armour Corps helmet. A lot of British units didn't like to wear them. It was a bit uncomfortable, and they prefer to wear a beret. They also had higher casualties of people with head wounds for some reason.
Yeah, you if you recall from the...
Still not being able to see each other. You can imagine the hairs on the back of your neck standing up.
Yeah, in the documentary, we took a look at one of those helmets that definitely saved someone's...
go through it.
Yeah, a round went through it, and it definitely saved that soldier's life. Imagine if he was just wearing the beret.
Still advancing cautiously, trying to make contact with the enemy on their terms.
Quick, we have to invent a thermal imager. They're very sensible. British Army, they're wearing shorts. Oh. I think they found them.
What did you say, Chieftain?
I think they found them.
Yes, I think so. I can hear it over all this fire. I mean, that is one thing that's for sure. One of the really cool things about coming out to Aquino Tank Weekend is the ground literally shakes, and Chieftain and I are sitting side by side, and with earpieces in our ears, and I still can't hear what he says over this fire. It's really incredible. Big boom. So to help pull some of this off, you'll also note that there's some really elaborate and sophisticated pyro helping to pull off these explosions.
I mean, you do get some cool photographs. When you're standing in the audience here, you got a good lens.
Oh yeah, you capture the flash of the gun.
Yeah. And okay, he's at a caliber 50 there, changing it out. It's only 100 rounds in the box. It goes surprisingly quickly.
See that? Oh, back there. Oh my goodness. Hope you guys are seeing this at home. It's incredible from our view.
Charging forward the Bren gun. Doing a 3 to 5 second rush where the Bren gun is a little annoying. I always love carrying the machine gun because you just lie down when the rest of the section is attacking.
You know, obviously this is simulated.
What?
And the no, sorry.
It
the
is?
rounds. But I'm saying,
that takes
sorry.
all the fun out of it.
I was
I thought
pausing
they were
for-
using live rounds.
Chieftain, I was pausing so we could hear the PA. But since we're talking over it anyway, these reenactors, like, this is noisy. This is. I might even say scary. I'd be scared to be in the center of that field right now.
That was quite a burst off Modus there. A little Stuart they got there. It's been running condition since the 1940s, and credit to the museum for keeping that guy going. Flinging a few smoke rounds. Take that!
With the orange, would that have been typical smoke during World War II, or is that just for
Usually,
effect?
colored smoke won't be used for marking.
Okay.
I think tradition would be more white, but hey, throw what you got.
Restoring the smoke cover that these Shermans so sorely needed after the fog had cleared so suddenly, and they're caught out in the open. To do that all under fire is nothing short of a heroic effort on their part. If you've been with us for a while, an interesting connection. We once had a veteran visit us, Mr. Ralph Kearney, who has since sadly passed on. He and Sergeant Ken Braithwaite were brothers-in-law.
I mean, their quartermaster must have been busy issuing out all the ammunition before they got going here. Quick, use it all or we'll have to turn it in at the end.
I think the Tank Museum guy might be calling in the big guns soon. I see him on the radio.
So back then, the infantry and the armor couldn't talk directly to each other. It usually had to be some form of an intermediary, often at the higher levels. Part of the reason why when they lost the command of signals group, that was it for coordination.
Looks like some of the men are on a retreat. Or on the retreat, not a retreat.
Took the Americans a very long time to figure out how to get the tanks and the infantry to talk to each other. For a while, you'd have to park a jeep next to an infantry jeep next to the armored force headquarters, and you'd have to talk from a squad level all the way up to battalion, if not brigade, and then all the way back down again.
For those of you listening closely, I just heard at least one of the correct answers for the giveaway quiz.
And there go the gunners.
It looks like it's about to get real loud.
They moved yesterday. Matsimus was the number one. Looks like now he's the gunner itself.
Wow. The ground is shaking.
I guess his voice is done. He was absolutely hollering yesterday.
He was screaming. Now I know why his voice
Why
is
his
gone.
voice is gone.
Yeah. So the artillery here, they're trying to provide cover for anyone on the retreat, or?
At this point, yes. They're trying to break contact and disengage. And it's kind of interesting if you think about it. People realize what a battle is like, and after an entire day of fighting, they lose only 13 tanks. And out of that, they only lose one person killed out of a whole day's fighting. I think people are getting a slightly misunderstanding sometimes of what actually a battle is, because a lot of people are just trying to stay alive.
Right. Aquino Tank Weekend is booming, people.
I'm looking at a Cessna 172 traversing to the right there in the line of fire from the howitzers.
Watch out. No friendly fire.
So the near field gun was a gift from the Irish Defence Forces.
Wow.
Whoa, they overcharged that one.
Holy cow. Ooh, I could feel that push back on us over here. The air. Ooh. I know this is just for the reenactment, but man, they're brave.
I hope they weren't hearing protection.
Same. Wonder how chat's doing with all this noise.
Is that it? Round's complete? No, we got one more.
For those of you watching, Twitch drops are enabled. Okay, we're about 2 hours into the stream. That means, what do we have? After 30 minutes and after 60 minutes, you had some premium consumables after the first 30. Premium personal reserves after the first hour. And then at 90 minutes, that's when the mystery drops start kicking in. The Carnarvon Action X is up for grabs. The Panzer IIIK. Lots of goodies. Okay. We've got the Battle of Aquino reenactment just wrapping up. Our next guest on deck. Chieftain, what do we make of today's activity?
Well, before we get on, I just want to quickly put a plug out for What Salute.
Oh, yes, let's do that.
But, an issue a little bit closer to my heart. So if you're in North America, sorry Europeans, it doesn't work for you guys. But it's our military appreciation program for members of the Canadian or U.S. militaries. And the reason it's only for the North America is because our partner, ID.me, which is an independent service verification service, they only do North America. But it's our military appreciation. So if you're not familiar with What Salute, if you're a veteran of either the Canadian or U.S. military, you can register to become part of the Salute program. Yes, military discounts, but it's more than that as well. To include tomorrow, we're starting the challenge. It is a charity challenge. And all that you do is you go in and you select a team. And it's the team will represent one of two different charities, either Disabled American Veterans or Operation First Response. And depending on what happens out of them, there's a bit of cash, which is going to go to one of... Actually, it's going to go to both. It's the amount of cash is going to differ depending on which team wins. That starts tomorrow.
Yes, that starts tomorrow. There will be an article up on worldoftanks.com. Again, those charities are for the Disabled American Veterans, Operation First Response. You're tasked with choosing which team or which charity you want to support. Again, both teams will be rewarded, and so will you. The way you can help is choose your team, get in some battles. You'll get some in-game goodies.
Yep. You don't have to be a Salute member to partake,
right.
But Salute members will get an additional bonus. Oh, by the way, there's also a new tank for Salute members.
Oh, yes, there is a new tank for Salute members. It's going to be the T-26C3 Eagle 7. New and existing verified Salute member accounts are eligible for it. There's also going to be the Days of Glory 2D style. And as a reminder, the What Salute program is for our active duty veterans and family of those from the USA and Canadian.
Canada.
Yeah. Canada. Thank you.
All right. So let's move on to our next guest.
Hello. It's Cone of Arc.
Hello.
Welcome. You've been busy
where is
today.
Yeah, I've been running around. Oh, she's down in my backpack. I should have brought her up, I guess.
Can you explain to some of the folks that aren't familiar with your channel, who is she and what are we talking about?
Cone is my mascot for the channel. It's a character I created based on the FCM-36, which is a tank in the French tech tree if you are playing World of Tanks. And yeah, just a vehicle that I really took a liking to. It's a very funky vehicle. It kind of fits my channel where I go over kind of designs that didn't really work out very well, but I think they're still very unique. And yeah.
So cursed by design sort of thing?
Yes, cursed by design.
Yep. So do you come out to a lot of events? I mean, I ran into you in Fort Moore there a while ago. Have been to anything since?
I show up to the demo days at the American Heritage Museum sometimes. It's very close by, so I'm able to do that pretty easily.
Oh, you up in the Boston area?
I live in Connecticut, yeah. But The furthest one that I went to was the one down in Fort Moore, but this one is probably the biggest one I've been to so far.
So what do you look for when you come out here? I mean, are you making content or are you just after a good time?
Well, I've been kind of running around getting as much footage as I possibly can of all these vehicles so that I can splice them in future content as well as some stuff covering this specific event. But yeah, I specifically like to look for the rare vehicles, the ones that you can't really find anywhere else, or ones that are particularly interesting, like I was talking about the Hetzer earlier, and that's one that is a vehicle that I want to cover and I find is a very interesting vehicle, and it fits the Curse by Design.
So how much did your opinion on the vehicle change between yesterday and today when you were sitting in it with with 3 other people?
I will say I've learned a little bit more about that. It's definitely not a crew vehicle that they would have liked as much, but I still think that I would stand by the fact that I think it was a fairly successful vehicle if used correctly.
Now, Cohen, I've seen you crawling all over vehicles. You guys were in the Hetzer checking that out today. You're checking out the Panzer yesterday. I know that you have a seat in the M60 coming up for the Battle Royale.
Yes.
What made you choose the M60 versus the Leopard?
Well, since we already got the Leopard rides and I got to take a tour of the T-54, I figured that by getting in the M60, I get all 3 of some of the big Cold War giants, some of the vehicles that are really iconic, and I can, in my video, kind of go over sort of what it's like to be inside all these different vehicles from a crew perspective and give my viewers an idea of what it's like to be in those vehicles and like which one might be worse than the others.
Okay, it does look like your liaison is waiting for you to escort you over to the arena. But before we go, I want to know what's going through your head as you prepare to go head-to-head in this Battle Royale versus the Leopard. Do you have a strategy in mind? Is there a mindset that you're taking on to be successful here?
Well, obviously, the Leopard is going to be faster. The M60 does have a bit of an armor advantage. Firepower is exactly the same, so it's really going to get down to, just like in real life, whoever gets the first shot off, the first shot is usually what wins the engagement.
You will at least be more comfortable, I'll guarantee you, in the M60.
Oh, I would imagine
It's
so.
far more comfortable. Actually, we have to get you into a chieftain a little. You haven't got into a chieftain yet, have you?
I have not.
Okay, well, they've got a couple around here. We'll see about sneaking you into one of those. You get the 4th.
Sounds like a plan to me.
Okay, I will just say, don't freak out when the Leopard starts chasing you, because it catches up, and all of a sudden you're like, it's hot on my heels. Was this a smart decision?
Yeah.
I've done this once before. I was like, oh my gosh, what is happening? My life flashed before my eyes. I was like, I thought this was for fun. Well, it is fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. And Cone, I want to wish you all the luck. I'm eager to see the battle.
I don't think we need to plug his channel. Y'all know Google Cone of Arc on YouTube and you'll find him.
Yeah, plug his channel. Google him. Yeah. Well,
all right.
Cohen.
Easy.
Okay. Well, actually, Cohen, is there anything you want to share before we get you into your M60 TC hatch?
Just to tune into the videos coming out of Aquino Tank Weekend. I've got a really cool story about one of the Shermans here and the specific camouflage pattern that it has, which I think any modelers out there or people who are really into the Shermans, I think you'll find that really interesting.
Terrific. Well, good luck. Have fun. Enjoy the Battle Royale.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Cohen.
I hope you've all been enjoying the show.
Alrighty, so
We have some very interesting news to share. One of our biggest challenges here, as you've probably seen, is storing all these tanks and vehicles that we have. And it's been a constant challenge because we keep getting more of them. Well, we want to build something bigger and better than what we have. And I believe what we have is quite amazing. So what we've been doing is we've had this expansion committee looking at getting more land and putting up more buildings. So we've actually gained the property around where we currently are from the city of Oshawa. So we've acquired that. So now we're in the process of fundraising and setting up a new building, a new entity actually. Because during the fundraising, what we've identified is the Ontario Regiment Museum. Now that's for the Ontario Regiment. It's from Ontario County that happens to be in the province of Ontario. So we looked at what would be better to raise funds to put up our new building. Well, we have to have not a local identity, but we have to look at a national or even international identity. But we don't want to lose the value of the Ontario Regiment. So there'll always be an Ontario regiment. But what we've done is, for the other parts, like the vehicle parts, which we have so many now that have nothing directly to do with the Ontario Regiment, we're going to be calling it the Canadian Tank Museum, as in a national and hence international identity. We collaborate with Bovington Tank Museum in the UK. We're involved with the Armoured Museum in Saumur in France, Royal Jordanian Museum, and even the German Tank Museum. You see the name? It's like more national names. So again, not losing our identity here, there'll always be an Ontario Regiment Museum, and that'll be their static area, which honors and acknowledges the sacrifice and what the volunteers have done over the years. So we're very pleased to announce that we now have the Canadian Tank Museum established, and we'll be rolling that out, and we're rolling it out right now, talking to you guys. But also, our fundraising, and we're very pleased to announce we've just kicked it off, and we already have $5 million that have been donated towards putting up our building. So we're probably about 20% of the way there. So it's very promising, and we have to have more room for our tanks. When I have my people, including an executive director that says, "No, Al, don't bring any more tanks, we got nowhere to put them," I know there's something wrong. So at the end of the day, we want to build it. And to quote the movie, "You build it, they will come." That's what will happen. So our new facilities there'll be a big common area that's called the Worthington Commons. And that's from General Worthington. He's like the father of Canadian armor. So it's going to be a big public space, and then there's the big building behind it. So it will be, for those of you that have ever been to Bovington and some of the other museums, there'll be an area where there'll be static displays of tanks and other vehicles. And that'll be rotated around periodically. And there'll be a cafeteria on the top side. There'll be our book and gift shop. We're going to have conference rooms. And on the top floor, once you get on top of the main floor, there'll be an observation deck where you'll be able to see the whole tank arena and all the shows, as well as an amazing view of the Oshawa Airport, which frequently has period old antique planes coming in and out of. So that's the look that we're striving for. So I'm looking forward to sharing news with all of you as we grow and as the new Canadian Tank Museum rolls out. So thank you very much for your attendance, and thank you so much for being part of our historical world. Thank you.
I am starting to get a little bit burned.
Yeah, we're getting crispy out here. Thank goodness for sunblock halfway through the stream. I wonder how everyone's doing in chat. I did want to do.
They're still getting their drops?
I hope they're still getting their drops.
Right,
we should be well underway for those drops. Don't forget, at 90 minutes of watching today's stream, that is when the mystery drops will start being doled out, and that does include the Carnarvon Action X, the Panzer 3K, some Putty and Tea. Okay, we've got a Day of Watt premium account there and some other goodies. If you are curious for a full breakdown of how all the drops are going to work today, just be sure to check out the official Aquino Tank Weekend article in the World of Tanks portal.
You haven't heard how this Canadianism thing is going, have you?
I actually have. I did touch base with Tragic to find out what is the most the leading Canadianism, but I did want to do this because I don't want to share it with everyone yet.
Oh no! Don't tell me the answer. I'm just curious. Are we getting weird and wonderful entries here?
I'm pleasantly.
It's like a talk. Apparently, it's a beanie, sort of a woolly hat. I always thought a talk was the chef's hat.
Oh.
T-O-Q-U-E.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I was sort of the chef's hat.
I like a double. So I think for some of us in the U.S., and we might think of cheeseburgers from
Yeah,
In-N-Out.
In-N-Out burger.
Yeah.
Or double meat, yeah.
But here, that's a coffee, with 2 creams, 2 sugars, maybe?
Something like that from Timmy's.
Yeah, from Tim. Oh, we love our Timmy's. I haven't had
We
any
didn't have any
Timmy's.
Timbits this time. Last time we
No.
had some Timbits.
No, but I do have some pepperoni meat sticks over there. But we're not talking about food on this stream, okay?
No, not this time.
It's not time for supper yet. I did want to do a last call, though, for those giveaways. So we have the Canadianism poll. By participating in this poll, if you vote for the favorite, the leading contender, there's 5 options there of Canadianisms. If you vote for the favorite one, you will be put into a raffle for the geeky jersey, hockey jersey.
Which, if you didn't see it earlier, it's awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care about ice hockey one bit, but I can recognize a quality product.
Yes. We had to take it off because
Hang on.
we are sweating up here, and this is truly like a sweater or a jumper or a bunny hug. Hoppy bug?
Bunny hugger, I think.
Bunny hugger. It is like, it keeps you warm. Better than a hoodie. And it's gorgeous, and it is a collectible, guys. So I don't know that these are officially on sale yet, so this would be an exclusive prize for someone. So if you want a chance at those, make sure you vote for your favorite Canadianism, and then let's see if you get entered into the raffle. Tragic Loss is handling all of those giveaways, and for the winner of our hockey jersey, you will be emailed upon pulling the winning names. Then we also have the Battle of Aquino historical trivia quiz. For that giveaway, we are giving away 5 Ram 2s and 5 premium consumable packs to the runners up. So we're going to have 10 winners total. This is a last call because we will be closing up those giveaways. I want to say in the next 20 minutes, okay? In the next 20 minutes, I'm just looking at my clock here. By the time that Battle Royale is over, which they are preparing for now, that is when these giveaways are over and the raffles and the winners will be pulled.
Not that the streams are over. We got a
No.
couple more guests that we want to bring on, say hi to.
And of course, drops will still be going. So if maybe you haven't been with us since the beginning, you'll definitely have more time because we've got plenty of time on this stream and plenty of guests. I did want to call attention to the token store.
All
The
right.
token store has been in effect since the beginning of July, I believe July 8th, and it goes until July 31st. The way you're going to be able to collect those Aquino token store tokens is once you've claimed all of your drops, those tokens you'll be now eligible to claim those tokens. Some of the styles in the store, like maybe the premium items, would be the Amari Usuke Amari style. We've got the Assault style, and of course the Aquino style can be found in the token store. Again, you will have until July 31st because these tokens are available on all official World of Tanks streams. So if you're watching Talk to Me Goose, you'll be able to claim some drops. And then you want to just make sure that you exchange those tokens by July 31st.
All right, let's see how we're doing in our Battle Royale segment. Oh, okay, here comes the M60. All right, let's cut over to Jeremy and get his commentary. I'm sure we'll make some peanut gallery comments while we're at it, but let's turn over to Jeremy.
Sure thing.
Even though I knew what was going to happen, I was involved in the planning, and I've been in many of these before. From where I was standing on the radio, it was epic. Wow. But now we have the finale of Aquino Tank Weekend. We have World of Tanks Battle Royale. These two tanks have been fighting it out all Aquino Tank Weekend. They had their first battle on Friday, and the Leopard came out on top and won. And during the Saturday segment, unbelievable, it happens very rarely, it was a draw. So this is winner takes all for Aquino Tank Weekend World of Tanks Battle Royale Championship. We are going to have the Leopard and the M60 take the field shortly, and they're going to be in a simulated tank battle based on the game from our partners and sponsors, World of Tanks. Are you guys ready for this? All right. And for those on the stream, yes, this is Celsius, but it's probably about 35 degrees Celsius out here. So these guys in the grandstands are hardcore. All right, they're going to cue the music. Marshall, send out the tanks.
I, of course, always vote for the M60 because comfort is important to me. Although the rules are rigged against it in this game.
Gosh, though, the Leopard is such a fun ride, and you know it has the World of Tanks flag banner on it, so
yeah,
it
as
is
opposed
hard
to
not to
Marine
root
Corps
for the home
flag, which I
team.
feel a lot less allegiance to, it has to be said.
Yes.
Because I'm Army.
But the M60 is definitely a lot of fun. It's hard to know. Man, the Leopard's scary though. Oof.
I mean, they are two entirely different design philosophies, and in comparison to the 60, the Leopard is a sports car. It really is. I've driven one around here. It's easy to drive. Easy to have a lead foot. Well, we can call back to talking about driving tanks a little bit later on.
I know a little something about that. So my first year out at Aquino, for the folks watching at home, a little bit of history on my part. My first year that I came out, the chieftain was gracious enough to arrange for lessons in all of the crew positions. I learned maintenance, I learned driving, I learned the commander's role, gunning, traversing. It was so casual. The lesson was so casual when we were in, I think it was M60, and I was messing around with the turret.
We have the Leopard 1A5 crew. Now, yesterday, we had a special guest join the crew. We had Ikaboo from World of Tanks in the M60, and we had the Challenger, Richard Cutland, in the Leopard 1A5. Now, what special guests do we have today? In the Leopard crew, of course, we have McQuillan and King, but we also have, as a commander, Funker.
The Funker 530 crew, we've got Ronnie and Scott.
Leopard 1A5, main weapon, 105 millimeter main weapon, lightly armored, weighing over 40 tons.
Name has nothing to do with radios.
That was designed for speed. Now, you'll note that the front glacis plate of the Leopard 1, it seems quite thick, but that was thin compared to most of the vehicles of the time. The Germans in the post-war period moved away from the super heavy tanks that they were developing in the Second World War, and their philosophy was that the tank that would hit first would win a battle regardless of armor. So they sacrificed a lot of armor and the development of the Leopard 1 to make it more maneuverable and fast. It is considered to be one of the fastest main battle tanks ever made. So yes, it could possibly not get a penetrating hit on the front glacial plate from its opponent, but definitely the side armor and the engine deck armor is much thinner than most MBTs. So well armored against light armored fighting vehicles, small arms, even some artillery, shrapnel, but a direct tank-on-tank hit is not going to be very good for the crew of the Leopard 1A5. They will have to rely on speed. Now here we have the opponent who actually fought the Leopard 1 to a draw yesterday during World of Tanks Battle Royale. And the guest commander of the crew, of course we have Brendan and Ashley, which you'll see after the battle, but the guest commander of the crew is Cone of Arc.
Exciting stuff. Exciting stuff.
Now, the M60 is an American main battle tank developed at the same time, but the Americans had a very different philosophy. They were high on crew protection. So the M60, weighing in at over 50 tons, is heavily, heavily armored. Yes, the Leopard could get a side penetrating shot on its side armor and definitely in the engine deck, but there's no way that a 105 millimeter main weapon is going to penetrate this front glacis plate right here. So any shots the Leopard makes to the front of the M60, I wouldn't really consider that a hit. The firepower, it also is the same weapon. It's a 105 millimeter L7 gun. That was standard with NATO at the time. So the M60 is going to be more lumbering. Yes, it can pick up some great speed on a straightaway, but it's not as maneuverable as the Leopard, and you might see it struggle there. So it has to use the guile of its crew to get it into firing positions in the World of Tanks arena that are behind hills, protecting it, and get shots off on the Leopard so when the Leopard stops to try and hit the M60. So you're going to have one tank with strong armor that is slow, and one tank with weak armor that'll be very quick. And for these crews, this is do or die today, because the best that the M60 crew can get is a draw for Aquino Tank Weekend 2024, having fought to a draw yesterday and lost on Friday. But a draw is better than a defeat. So how World of Tanks Battle Royale works. I'm going to get off the field into a safe distance, and they are going to get to firing positions. It's going to be exceptionally fast and exceptionally loud. That propane oxygen simulated fire that you heard about in the Gulf War show this morning, both of these tanks have been fitted with that in their main weapons. So you'll actually be able to hear when they fire. And you'll have to decide when they fire if they were on target. What part of the enemy tank did they hit? Do you think that would have been a penetrating shot, or do you think that would have been a miss or a bounce? Excuse the tank dust. It's been a long tank weekend. So you're not going to be voting for your favorite tank. You're not even going to be voting for your favorite guest character. Sorry about that. Your guest tank commander. You're going to be voting for how the crew outfought, outthought, and outperformed the enemy tank in the World of Tanks arena. Does that sound fun?
Yeah, it does.
And then we'll bring them back here, and you will decide who is the ultimate champion of World of Tanks Battle Royale 2024.
Now,
I know it's been a long day.
Those of you watching at home, well, how hard can this be?
Here.
It's 150 yards long. It's fairly open terrain. There's no trees. It is surprisingly difficult, especially if you're not used to being a tanker, to figure out where your turret is compared to your hull, and then through a fairly narrow field of vision, find a target.
And that is their role.
Leopard crew, ready?
And they've got a little red button to
M60
signal when
crew.
we need to.
Ready?
When they need to fire.
Tankers, to your firing positions. Good luck.
I mean, also, how awesome is it that, you know, obviously, World of Tanks, Wargaming, global company, we're able to help support this museum here, bring a little attention to the good thing that they're doing. But they plan a whole event during their major event of the year, Aquino Tank Weekend. They plan a whole event each day just to give a little thanks back to World of Tanks. They call this the World of Tanks Battle Royale.
Well, they're also doing it for fun. I mean, they play the game. It's what they can play the game. Why not play for real life?
It's fun, but it is nice that they're just like, you know, we've already started.
At it.
The leopard wasn't even turned around
ready.
yet.
He wasn't paying attention yet.
Got shot in the butt. And the booty. A little booty shot. Watch out. Ooh. Put my ear gear on. All right. Ronnie from Funker 530 is calling to make a run for it, get in a better position. But boy, Ponavark is tracking that leopard really well. He looks locked on. The M60 is going backwards. Wait, no, they're not going backwards.
Going backwards. You see what I mean? We're even watching it. We're not having difficulty figuring out where your turret is oriented compared to your hull. Oh, hang on. We got a hit on the 60. So again, for the tank spotters, the tank is an M60A3 TTS. The Marines only use M60A1s. But when you're in Canada, you take what you can get.
Ooh, the M60 is tracking that leopard really well, though.
He's doing well.
I have to say. The leopard's not even looking at him.
Focus there trying to yell at the gunner, Traverse left.
Again, I'm not sure how the M60 got into firing position before the leopard. Leopard now in a great
going at the top of the hill, or we're getting held down?
Hill. Look, it's gun just over the
Leopard's going to get the first shot off on this one. Yep, there you go.
Great shot by the Leo. Not wasting any time.
I'm looking at Funker being thrown around in the loader's hatch there.
As the Leo backed up
the M60 landed a hit on the leopard, though.
Right on the front mantlet.
We keep calling it. His name's Ronnie.
Yeah, Ronnie, yes. Oh, he's
might be.
Oh, he's taunting him. He's taunting him.
Ronnie's taunting the M60 right now.
Part of this battle.
Now
the M60 in a very compromised position. Leopard charging. M60 cannot get
So the
the
problem
gun
with this
depression
is the
down.
60 can't depress the cannon
Hit
when
right
it's
in
over the rear engine deck.
Of the M60 by the Leopard.
He has to turn to get a shot off.
Definitely a good revenge
That
shot
is the
there.
scary part, ladies and gentlemen. When that leopard gets right behind you, you're in the same line of sight.
M60 crew pretty upset about that engine hit.
I'm going to have to ask them if they can hook up the smoke generators to the engine on the M60.
M60 still tracking the Leopard. Leopard not tracking the enemy.
It's getting dusty out
Great
there.
job by the gun crew on the M60.
Maybe one team will be able to use that dust as cover.
But
no, Leopard's getting a shot off again. The 60 looks lost.
Frontal armor towards the Leo.
Ooh,
What a
but they
great
both
shot
took hits
on
there.
a moving
They traded
target
hits.
by the Leo 1.
So one of the nice things about this event, you know, it's kind of half silly though it is that the drivers are really throwing these things around.
Yeah.
And a lot of musea, they're a little afraid to really
shot
put
by
the
the
hammer
Leo
down
on the
because they're
move.
afraid
Not
it might
sure
break
if it would
something.
have
But
been a hit.
they'll
Moving
just,
tank on
these
a
things are
moving
meant to
target.
drive and they will drive them because a lot of these guys also used to be former tankers.
And also, I mean, I think one reason why they might not be afraid to throw these around, not only is it fun, but they've got the knowledge, they've got the resources to actually repair some of these machines.
I mean, in a lot of events, you'll see them just doing laps. But here you see the Leopard goes into a firing position, backs out, rotates quick, takes off.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's how tanks are really supposed to operate. And they're not really supposed to just drive around in a parade field.
And for the viewers at home, if it isn't obvious, this is not choreographed. You know, Funker and Cone, they are calling the shots right now, and this is the first time they've been calling the shots in the commander's hatch.
And we'll bring them forward to declare the winner or the loser of Battle Royale.
Steady.
That doesn't sound good.
Wow, wow.
Is M60 out of ammo?
Sounded like a misfire from the 60.
Tankers, let's bring it back in.
All
Bring it back in.
Tank Museum guy has
That's
called
It's
it.
been called.
Wow. That was a lot of fun.
Was that exciting?
The
Was
60
that
had a couple
fast?
of good shots in there, but I think I have to give it to the Leopard.
I think you're right. I mean, that mobility alone. I did think, though, the M60 crew, they did a really good job of always having the Leopard in its sights. It's just maybe they were out of position.
Yeah, it's got to go to the jury, but I think I know which way the jury's going to go. The jury, of course, being the crowd.
Considering it's the third World of Tanks Battle Royale, that was actually the most exciting, and I've seen some incredible maneuvers.
Actually, are you
this
taking off
Sunday.
after going down to the field? Going down to the
Imagine
arena?
there's a whole
I am.
long
You are?
tank
Yeah, I'm going to be heading out of here shortly, but you know, I want to see the. I want to see.
She's
what-
coming back, don't worry.
I'm coming back. The museum has a specially rigged.
Okay, so now the
Cougar.
crews are going to
Cougar.
pop out of their hatches so we can have a
let's see
look
what
at them.
Jeremy says.
You'll notice that both the driver of the M60 and the Leo 1, they were actually driving in a hatch-down position, looking through those vision blocks.
You know what?
Another
I think I am going to
pop
make my
and
way
heads
down
out.
to the arena. You can explain
Here's
where
the
I'm going and
crews.
why.
Yep.
So those drivers, that's those vision blocks is the whole world that they can see, and they have to hear everything from their crew commander and their team. So before we vote, again over here, we're going to have Ashley. She's the M60 driver. Wave, Ashley. And Brendan. And of course, the commander today, Cone of Arc. Let's hear it for them. Okay. Remember, we're not voting yet. All right. Here's two of our seasoned tankers. We've got Scott McQuillan, also known as Hollywood, and Nick King, not known as Hollywood. And of course, we have Funker from Funker 5.6. There you go. How is it being a tank commander?
Everything I ever wanted to do.
All right. Okay. Now, this is where it turns to you, the audience. And this is the conclusion of our live portion of Aquino Tank Weekend. You are going to, by applause and clapping and hooting and hollering, going to make as much noise as you can to vote for the tank that you believe won the battle. Not your favorite tank, not your favorite crew, not your favorite influencer, YouTuber, or special tank commander. What did you see on the battlefield? And what do you know about tanks and how they move and they operate and have to operate against other main battle tanks? So, by applause, shouts, and hollering, who believes that the M60 crew won Battle Royale?
Well, that's a good response. Reminds me of the Eurovision somehow. The response of the Oshawa
Wow.
jury.
Who believes, by applause, hoots, and hollers, that the Leopard crew won Battle Royale?
That's unfortunate. Oh well.
Again, this was too close. You guys have really been fighting hard this weekend. It's too close to call. Let me just let the audience know what's at stake here. If the M60 wins, then actually the 2024 championship is a draw. If the Leopard wins, then the Leopard wins the championship. So if you really want your tank to win, I really need to hear it from you right now.
So the background
Who
of this
believes
is the museum runs events
the Leopard
frequently,
crew won?
Tank Saturdays. And they've been running these pretty much every time they have Tank Saturday.
Who believes the M60 crew won? And we have it, the M60. Sorry, Funkers. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
From here, I'm not sitting on top of a loud tank. From here, it is official. The M60 tank won Sunday Battle Royale. And that actually has never happened in 10 years of Aquino Tank Weekend. We have a draw between both crews. So, that was incredible, guys. And this is the end of our live segment. We do have a surprise for those of you who are kicking around for a bit, but I know this is the end of the live show. Thank you so much for coming out to Aquino Tank Weekend. I just also want to give a big applause and
that wasn't
thank
the end
you
of the live
from
stream,
the
the
museum,
end of the live
its
show.
members and
We're still
volunteers,
going. Don't
our
worry, lads.
sponsors,
There's more to come.
wargaming.net and World of Tanks for helping make stuff like this actually
All right, so
happen.
let's move on, as the Battle Royale segment has been won by the M60, which pleases me by no small amount, actually. But we're going to move now to another video. So there are, of course, multiple musea in Canada, and one of the biggest ones is located in Ottawa. It's the Canadian War Museum. Now, that represents all the branches, the Army, Air Force, and Navy. I've been a few times, and you will spend quite a few hours. It's a very heavily visited museum, beautiful modern building, and Ottawa is a very easy town to get around. Oh, sometimes they're able to send a vehicle here. They weren't able to, but what they have sent us are a couple of videos. So one of the vehicles that the Canadians started out with was the M1917, the American 6-ton special tractor. And so we're going to cut now to the Canadian War Museum's M1917.
At the beginning of the Second World War, Canada didn't have a lot of vehicles to train on. So with the support of the government, General Worthington went to the United States and purchased 250 tanks. This is an M1917 6-ton tank. During the First World War, the United States decided that they were going to start building tanks. They went to get a copy of an FT-17, a very light, small, fast tank that the French had great success in the First World War. But it's a very tiny vehicle. This is just a 2-person crew. They took a copy of that and then improved them slightly with a change of a few parts here and there. This is a wood idler in the French FT-17s, and this is full metal. One of the other things that you notice that puts it as one of those unique Canadian versions is the fact that there's holes cut out on the track pads, and that allows muck and snow to be pushed out as opposed to putting pressure on the pins. So these became the very first kind of armored vehicles that they were using in any numbers in Borden for the Armored Corps to train on. So as more and more vehicles became available, these became obsolete. So as soon as they could start getting rid of them, they did. This particular one actually was sold off to a sawmill in Bracebridge, Ontario. The sawmill owner didn't really need a tank, he needed a tractor. So he would later push off features like the turret and the tail in order for him to have a tractor. He kept it until 1981, where a collector from Wetaskiwin, Alberta, named Stan Reynolds, came across this vehicle, purchased it from the sawmill, and moved it back to Alberta. Stan Reynolds had it out in his yard for many years at his local museum. When I started with the War Museum in 1994, I began the conversation with Stan Reynolds to acquire this vehicle here. Once it was in the building, we really began to figure out what we needed to get this restoration complete. We went back and we contacted the family of the original owner in Bracebridge. We were able to find some of the bits and pieces, but not the turret. So what we ended up doing is going to Borden, Ontario, where there's another example, and worked with a company here in town called Do Engineering, who worked with us to fabricate the turret. In the end, it was returned back to its tank configuration. Only 20 of the M1917 6 tons are still available to see in museums.
And again, that's the Canadian War Museum. You'll find them up in Ottawa. Now, if you hear over the background noise, look over my shoulder, you're going to see Commander AF is out on the field pumping up the crowd. And she's got herself a Cougar, the AVGP. It's basically a Lahy from Moag Piranha, except they have modified it. They've removed the coaxial machine gun and fitted it with a T-shirt launcher, which sometimes they might overpressure it a little bit and beam one of the crowd, but it's all in good fun. So let's cut over and see what's going on in the field.
So, I want to get a chant going. And I think we can make this happen. These two bleachers over here, you're going to combine forces. The way this is going to work, the loudest side is going to get T-shirts launched in their general direction. So that means if you're not the loudest side, you're not going to get any T-shirts. Does that all make sense? Does that all make sense? All righty. Oh boy, I feel like this is a little rigged. What we're gonna do here, wow, this third, yeah, you got a good crowd over there. Throw some T-shirts to them. Get a couple T-shirts out to them over there, all the way in the far right. They know what to do. You guys over here, I can't hear you. I want to. All right, let's get a couple T-shirts out to them, and then we're gonna get this chant going. It's a 3-part chant. So, okay. Follow the instructions. Get ready. The two bleachers over here, you're gonna scream at the top of your lungs, as loud as you can, world. Middle one here, you're gonna say, of. And the third one right here with the VIP tapped on, you're gonna say, tanks. And the loudest side is gonna get T-shirts launched their way. So, do we all know what to do? Do we want to do a practice round? No? Okay. We're going into it cold. So when I point at you, you're going to say each word that I've already assigned. Let's get ready. Ready? 1, 2, 3. World of tanks. Just say tanks again. I'm Cougar, are we launching T-shirts? You can be launching them the whole time. Let's get some more T-shirts out. I hope we're not running too low. Apollo's like, no. Are you out? Oh, you don't. Oh, Apollo doesn't seem happy. Wow. Oh, we only have a few left, so we should make him work a little harder. Okay. Cougar, well, I come up with a plan. Do you mind launching out some T-shirts along the way? Keep those T-shirts coming. Feel free to go all the way down the line. I want to get another chant going. I will say Jeremy Blowers, the Tank Museum guy, MC extraordinaire, has done once again another impeccable job making sure that everyone here at Aquino Tank Weekend knows just how bad to the bone these tanks are and just how bad to the bone all of the volunteers that make Aquino Tank Weekend happen are. So what I feel like is sometimes he doesn't get enough love back in his direction. And I think because we just have a few t-shirts left, and to really make sure that everyone is feeling the love that is expressed here at Aquino Tank Weekend and that is put into every element of this show, I think we need to get another chant going for my guy, Jeremy. If you were here yesterday, you probably already know what to do. If you don't, I'm going to give you some instructions. At the top of our lungs, so that we can unload and unfold and deal out all of the t-shirts, I want you to scream, "I love Jeremy." Can we do that? All right, I kind of believe you. So I know we only have a few t-shirts left. I have one right here. I'm going to roll it up and throw it out as well. But on the count of 3, we're going to start chanting. That means we're repeating, "I love Jeremy," okay? On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. I love Jeremy! I love Jeremy! Throw those t-shirts out, Apollo! This is it! This is the big finale! The Cougar! Keep launching! I love Jeremy, and I love tanks! I hope you all had a wonderful Aquino Tank Weekend. If you still want to keep the action going, there are going to be tank rides here in the arena. Of course, the reenactment camps are still set up out there. There may even be some food trucks. And then the World of Tanks team, if you want a chance to meet some of them, obviously we've got Ikaboo and Tanksers. We've got Spec and we've got Apollo. Tragic losses even inside. The Chieftain and I are up in the crow's nest. Please come stop by and say hello. We have 4 PCs set up, so if you are trying to get your World of Tanks kick on while you're here at Aquino Tank Weekend, you can. All right. We also got bonus codes. There's a VIP bonus code up for grabs. If you do some push-ups for me, I'm inclined to give it to you. It's a free Centurion, 5,000 gold, and 30 days of WAP Premium account. So come visit us at the World of Tanks game stations, and thank you for coming out to Aquino Tank Weekend, everyone. Bye.
Okay, so the arena show is starting to wrap up. As I say, we are not done here yet. Now, one of the vehicles you saw a little bit earlier, the General Motors Fox, it's going around, Jeremy mentioned it was his favorite vehicle and it's very rare. Well, we agree. So we took a stronger and closer look at it a little bit earlier. And so sit back, relax, and enjoy a short video on the GM Fox. One of the rare vehicles they have at the Ontario Regiment Museum is this Fox by General Motors Canada. Standing next to me is one of the master drivers of the museum. I don't know if that's an official title or not, but you understand what I'm going. And you get to drive this.
I do.
As well as everything else, but you like this.
I do like it. It's a very interesting vehicle to drive, you know, from a CMP perspective, which is usually trucks and utility vehicles. Now they put a 3-ton armored box on it, and you drive that.
So this is basically a conventional truck with an armored body.
Yeah, it's a field artillery tractor chassis, kind of reverse because the engine's in the back and the rest of the stuff's all up front. But then, yes, they put a 3-ton armored car body on it.
With a caliber 50 and a caliber 30. So where did this fit in the reconnaissance role? Presumably only the Canadians used it.
Yeah, it was kind of in between the Dingo and the Staghound. The Staghound being much larger, much faster, a little bit better weight balanced, and the Dingo being much smaller and stealthy.
So would this work in conjunction with the Dingos or the Staghounds, or just go independently?
I would think it would fit somewhere in between with the troop. It can go independently. It wouldn't be a problem for it, but I think it would look better if it would work better if it was in kind of a troop environment.
So this was built here in Canada.
Yes.
And it went where? How did it end up back here?
So it went over with the Canadians to Italy. The vehicle served in the Italian campaign. Post-war, it was donated to the Italian government.
Okay.
Spent its life on an airfield defending the Italian air base. And in 1956, it was basically finished its role, so they sent it to the junkyard. Guy found it in Italy, in a junkyard, restored it, was part of his vehicle collection for a while, then it became part of the museum's collection, and then it came up for sale. One of our donors found it and thought, hey, we really need to get this back home, and actually repatriated it.
Right. So if I didn't know in advance what I was looking at, I would have probably gotten this wrong. I might have said it was a Humber or something and be confused by the fact that it's got the machine guns.
Yeah, they're based on the Humber design, but this is Canada's version of it.
And there's not many of them.
No, there's only 7 actual running ones in the world. There's 1 in Canada, and this is actually the only uncut vehicle.
Uncut?
Uncut. Usually after the war...
the frame wasn't untouched?
They would have chopped them right in half. The whole armored body would have been cut in half for recycling. This one was not cut.
All right, so as I'm going around, I'm looking at the... Well, they were nice enough to put a door and a steering wheel. There's a steering wheel at the back that's... What do? You like stand and you're looking out over the top and you're doing this?
Well, you'd probably be sitting there and the crew commander would be telling you which way to go, but there is a lever on the side that actually engages that steering wheel. Now, there's no pedals or anything, so you're actually...
Oh, heaven forbid you need pedals to drive an old vehicle.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's not what I would really expect to see in that kind of environment, but...
So you say, as the chassis is a converted truck chassis, I'm assuming they're getting parts or whatever for this thing aren't too hard.
The parts on it are all CMP.
Oh, okay.
So any stuff that we do need, they're the heavier chassis CMP, so like the 3-ton battery truck, same wheels and tires are on it, the differentials, bearings, they're all actually very easy to get. It's an inline 6. This one's got a Chevrolet engine. I think it's 231.
That's the same as the CMP or the quad truck?
Yeah, the bigger CMPs would have had the bigger engine. The smaller ones would have had like the 216 Chev.
And is it all-wheel drive?
It's 4-wheel drive.
Okay.
Okay, so you can drive it in 2-wheel drive. It's got a transfer case in it that you can go 2 high, 2 low, and then swap it over to 4 high, 4 low. It's in the front of the vehicle.
The front wheels are driven?
The front wheels are driven. In 2-wheel drive, the back wheels drive. In 4-wheel drive, it adds the front.
All right. No, because I've seen some transmissions, the shaft goes from the engine forward to the transmission, and then just, okay, while we're here, we'll just drive the front wheels. And I've seen some that will go forward and then it'll come all the way back again.
No, this one is actually, it's kind of weird because the engine faces backwards, the transmission's right on the back of it, and then it all points backwards.
Gotcha.
So what you normally would. It's pointing forwards versus rear. Like when you look at the exhaust system's pointing forward.
Fun to drive?
Yes. Very entertaining to drive. You know, from a CMP perspective, it actually functions quite well with the extra weight. So it's got a very good road feel to it, if you want to say it that way. The added weight, it slows down a little bit better than a CMP, so you can plan your shifting a lot better because it's got an unsynchronized transmission, which makes it more difficult to drive. And
yeah, you're double clutching.
You're double clutching, yes.
All right, fair enough. So this is going to be rolling around in the Aquino Weekend?
Yeah, you will see it at the Aquino Weekend. It'll be in the show and on display. And it's actually one of the gems of the collection, and I'm really happy that we've got it here.
Yeah, I see. You like showing it off a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Driving this thing through Oshawa gets a lot of interesting looks.
I can see that. All right, well, thank you very much.
Yeah, no
and
worries.
we'll go back to the stream.
And we're back up from that interesting and informative. Now, every now and then, I've had the pleasure of going down under to Australia, and mainly the Australian Armour and Artillery Museum. And whilst there, I ran into this incredibly gracious host, Lahy. Now, you've since gone off independent, and you are now Lahy, the Tank Whisperer, with your own channel.
Yes, yeah. So I've got my own channel now, Lahy, the Tank Whisperer. I do all restoration works, military vehicles of all sorts, predominantly tanks. Right now we're doing a couple of ferrets. The last 2 years we were doing Centurion, full rebuilds.
So yourself and your partner are basically, and it's the business partner, are basically the only full-time tank restorers in the Antipodes.
In Australia, we travelled around for about 18 months, just from client to client, fixing everything wrong with their vehicles. Work was just so much work. But after 18 months of living out of a suitcase, thought we might settle down. That was a mistake because everyone followed us back to our workshop now. We've now sort of put our roots down just a little bit, bought our own vehicles, and now we're still doing plenty of work for local collectors.
So what's your background? I mean, I can imagine a lot of tank restorers, maybe it started off in the Ramey or other mechanics, but did you go through that route?
No. So purely civvy. I was just down the road from the Oz Army Museum in Cairns, Australia. I was there 7 years. I started as a volunteer. I walked in just saying, hey, you got really awesome stuff here. I want to, jump in. I want to clean, whatever. I just wanted to be inside because how often do you get to do that? And I think that lasted all of, 2.5 weeks. And then I was sort of working there, actually on the front counter. Then that evolved into becoming the firearms instructor there. And then after that, I was driving all the vehicles because they were short on drivers. Don't know why. It's an awesome job. And then, Peter came into the equation. I apprenticed myself off to him, got all my qualifications up, and here we are.
You surely are a jack of all trades. And you have had a very busy 18 months to a year. When did you open your workshop?
Only 5-ish months ago. Yeah. So just the start of this year, we've sort of had this really good deal come up. Couple of ferrets and couple of Bren gun carriers and a ferret plus all these spare parts. The price was right, but once you buy something like that, you need somewhere to put it. And I don't think the folks at home would like it if I parked an armored vehicle in the backyard. So found this lovely timber yard that was going away from the timber industry, renting out free industrial space. Moved in there.
So how much business is there for tank restoration in Australia? I mean, it doesn't strike me as being a very tank-oriented country.
More than you think. So there's been a lot of the Centurions specifically, instead of going to scrap heaps like you would normally expect after their service, they went out to tender. And it just so happens that there's one fella, Tim Vibert, really good friend. Daddy's watching this.
We'll send him a link.
He ended up with 150 plus Centurions all at the same time because he won the tender. I think it was something ridiculous, like 50 cents per ton more than the scrappers. So not that much. He just got it. And because of him and a bunch of other people, especially after the Second World War, vehicles are just everywhere in Australia. Quite a few of them are cut up because there was no industry in Australia, so they were used for... Sorry, a bit justy. A few of them were actually used for farming because we had no farming machinery there. So if you go down to Australia, you'll find paddocks filled with Lees, Stewarts, Grants, Centurions.
Sounds like a nice place to me.
Yeah, pretty.
And lots of things that will kill you. Here's the other problem. It's in Australia.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, you mean the natural predators?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Drop bears, hoop snakes, if you know. Got to watch out for them.
So what are you doing here? I mean, it's kind of... you look at the globe, you see Australia, you see Canada, and this isn't exactly around the corner.
Well, I turned on YouTube, as you do, and I saw this line of leopards for the Remembrance Day that they hold here. Absolutely. Tons of them. Going, I got to be part of that. Got to be part of that. That many tanks in one space. Got to. Have to. And so, we I believe we shot Jeremy a message, and we say, hey, look, we're from Australia. We've done loads of stuff, and we used to be heavily involved with Ozama Fest in Australia. We'd love to be part of it. So I flew down last year, just didn't know really what to expect, but I thought I got to see it at least once. Peter unfortunately got completely flooded, so he couldn't make it last year, but dragged him along this time, and it was awesome. Best 3 days of just tanking nonsense. Getting in here, getting stuck into it, and I promised myself I wasn't going to push myself to work or anything. And I think that lasted all of 20 minutes, and I changed the fan belt on a CVRT. I was head down, butt up, and straight into the CVRT. And I think from there I was like, I gotta come back.
So, what is the hairiest situation you found yourself in now? Like here at Aquino this weekend, was there anything? Like I know that you're helping repair and make sure these vehicles are ready for the shows. What have you seen so far?
We Chieftain of all things broken down in his
Typical.
natural habitat. We don't like chieftains at all.
Except for this one.
Except for this one. No, so. Yeah, Chieftain breakdown. We weren't really involved with that. We'll leave that to the people who actually like them. No, the CVRTs. That's predominantly what we've been working on. So that's what all the golf vets. You'll probably see some footage of that later.
That's your reward, is you got to drive around a CVRT.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've done loads of hours in CVRT. We used to, sort of gun around them in Victoria. Muddy areas, hills, everything, the most extreme places. So I think some people would squint at what we've done with CVRTs. This is very tame by comparison, but there's so many of them. So it's a constant battle. Oh, the batteries on this one aren't working. Track on this one needs tightening. Fan belts come off on this one. We pulled one apart on a Friday, I think it was, completely apart because we had to change all the oil filters and fuel filters, swap them all over, which doesn't sound like a big job, but when it's at the bottom of the engine and you can't get to it, it's a little bit of a problem. But we did that in record pace, and I think they were very thankful for that. It's been pretty good. I think the worst thing we got to look at for the CVRTs, one of the steering brakes locked on one side on one of the strikers. We'll look at that probably tomorrow.
Wiggling away.
Yeah, it was sort of doing a little jiggy.
So let's go back to the channel. So Lahy the Tank Whipper as a channel, it's not a history channel, it's basically a mechanic channel.
Pretty much, yeah. I am not interested in any vehicle I can't wrench on. So there's, and I've worked on quite a lot of vehicles. I've been fortunate enough to work on, German World War II stuff, Russian World War II stuff, more modern stuff, Leopards are my baby, CVRTs, all that sort of stuff. So I've done quite a lot, but if I've never wrenched on it, I don't care. I have no interest in it because I need to know how something works, how something moves. And I love watching other YouTubers, but there's always that little bit of, how does that work? I want to see how that runs. And so yeah, now my channel is me just doing my job, and I show all the nitty-gritty that actually goes into it and how it works, because I wish I had that sort of video for it. And I suppose there's a little bit of a niche market there where no one's really doing that with just straight up armored vehicles. So yeah.
I did check out the channel, and one of the videos, I thought I caught you saying that you didn't want a ferret, and then you ended up getting a ferret. How did that come to be?
The price was right.
Yeah.
Look, okay, it's
okay.
Probably one of the more annoying things is you work on a vehicle, you hate the vehicle, but you love it. Like Centurions, they're hard to work on, they're big, they're heavy, they're cumbersome, but when you've rebuilt 4, you can't exactly say, oh, I hate this tank. I only rebuilt 4 of them. You gain an appreciation for them. And ferrets are exactly the same. I've done loads of work on them. Yes, they have their little points of contention.
They're fun as hell to drive.
Oh yeah, you will never have more fun than taking a ferret and driving it like you stole it.
A stalwart. Try a stalwart.
All right.
I'll put that out there. But a ferret comes in an excellent second.
All right, you two.
All right.
So what vehicle were you driving?
I was driving 24 Alpha Scorpion in the parade.
Oh, I think that's the one I learned to drive. But I've only spent like an hour in it.
Yeah.
So before we do throw it to the highlights from the Gulf War reenactment that took place earlier today, we did not show it during the live segment.
We'll look out for her sticking her head out the hat. Okay.
Yes, we definitely want to look out for you in that video. But before we do, is there anything you want to tell the people at home? Anything you're working on? Any place they can see you next?
We're definitely going to be back here. So if you ever want to come to Aquino, do it, because it's awesome. These guys are great. We'll probably be floating around. I would like to hit Bovington up again. I've been there once before, a few years back. We'll try and get back there. Of course, you can always find me on my channel, Lahy the Tank Whisperer. I'm going to do the shameless plug.
Subscribe, like.
Yep, subscribe,
follow.
like, all that sort of good stuff. It's only a wee channel at the moment, but the more subscribers I get, the more investment I will put into it. I only get half an hour to throw my phone at something, and that's where we're at the moment, but I'm really enjoying it. So if you guys like it, I'll do more.
And we do. So make sure you're subscribed if you haven't already.
Yep.
Okay, well, with that, we're going to cut back to from earlier today. Here's one we made earlier. The Gulf War reenactment. So you're driving away, and of course all the veterans of the vehicles, or at least a lot of the veterans of the vehicles, by serial number. It's something very unique to this museum, is they'll track down. I don't know if you've ever gone into record searches.
On some of the Centurions back in Australia, but not the CVRTs.
But they keep the British keep incredible records, so they're able to track down by name who crewed what vehicle, and they're able to reenact them. So that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
So what we're going to see is some of the guys from 1991 driving the same vehicle by serial number that drove in 1991. I can't think of anywhere else that does that.
I have never heard of that before. I've met some crew members who served on Australian vehicles, and I've been there with them on the vehicles, but I've never seen the guys that operated a vehicle drive a vehicle in a parade. It's amazing. This is the only place I've ever seen that.
All right, well, hit it.
vehicles to appear out of the desert sands on the reconnaissance vehicle. Okay? You see a light armored Recky, the Ferris scout car. They're way ahead of the main force. And their job is to report on enemy positions. Make contact. See a ferret? Some protection for the food. Big smoke. pretty much how the entire Gulf War went. It was pretty quick. And let's now hear it for the reenactors and our veterans. I hope you enjoyed that tiny show. That was a massive amount of pop and bang. Now, one vehicle that you probably didn't notice that was recording the battle is this drone up here. So we're going to have some epic footage of this Gulf War reenactment that we will soon be releasing on YouTube. And how do you get a drone up in the air at an airport? Well, you can ask Don Drones On. He's our YouTuber, a specialist in drones, and just can't wait to see that amazing footage. Don, let's hear it for Don Drones On. All right.
And welcome back. Okay, we've had to move left. Commander AF's been shifted because we only have 3 microphones. And this isn't just one person, this is a team. The Funker 530 lads. Now, I always thought, well, actually, let's not even start. What are your names?
I'm Ronnie from Funker 530. And
I'm Scott. All right, Ronnie and Scott. Now, I'm familiar with Funker 530 from many, many moons ago because he always kept coming up in my Twitter feed or Facebook feed, whatever, with combat footage. But yet, you are 2 actual real people. You're not just a collection of combat footage. So talk to me about your organization, I guess I'll have to call it.
For sure. So Funker 530 started with some footage from my deployment to Afghanistan with Canadian forces. And from there, we've built an amazing team of combat veterans that analyze and archive recent conflicts and footage from conflicts across the globe. Most recently, Ukraine and Russia has been what we've been focusing primarily, but it's been an incredible organization that has kept veteran communities alive over the years. And that's been one of the primary goals from the start, was giving veterans a place to gather and stay connected, which I think Aquino here has done a fantastic job of as well, bringing the vehicles back, bringing the veterans back in their vehicles. So yeah, it's been an incredible weekend.
You say analyze and archive, so does that imply that there's some form of a historical thing as well, or is it more just about the community?
Correct. So our team is made up of combat veteran writers. So taking footage that would otherwise be thrown up on platforms in just their raw format, our writers take, analyze, provide context to, and help the general public understand what's actually happening overseas, and allows people to make more informed decisions and opinions about what's going on.
Yeah. So you're Canadian Forces, you're not?
I am most certainly not Canadian Forces. No, U.S. Army.
All right, so how did the 2 of you end up linked together?
We actually met competing professionally in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Yeah, we were PUBG competitors, met in Vegas. I let him borrow my headphones because he came unprepared. But that was about half a decade ago. And at this point, the team's continued to scale. We're probably bigger than we've ever been. A lot of folks know us as just a YouTube channel, but we have our own app now. We have our own website. We are entirely separated from social media in ways where we need to be, right? As a historical archive of footage. And we take that very seriously.
So do you guys come to events often, or is this a little bit of an outlier for you?
I would say this is a little bit new. We come to events quite a bit. But what we're really trying to do now is come a little bit out from behind the curtain and let folks know that there are real people that are behind Funker 530. When you're archiving what is ultimately going to be some of the worst days in combat that you can think of, it's important to understand that there are real people that are behind it, trying to just help you understand its realities. Not necessarily just post something or archive something for the wow factor. But we sent World War II directors into World War II. Imagine if somebody was actually sitting there and archiving everything that they brought back that was indexable, searchable for us now. 30 years from now, Funker 530 will still be available for when people want to see what the 9M22S magnesium munition is. Right? When people are talking about that being used, they know where they can go and they can find that footage. So we love coming out to events like this, especially ones that align so well with our mission from a conservation of history perspective. That's what Aquino's doing. We are archiving history as Funker 530.
So what have you learned by coming? I mean, I always say it's all very well to read the data and look on Google or Wikipedia or anywhere else,
but I always learn something when I go to a museum, no matter how much of an expert I think I am. What have you learned from coming here to Aquino?
Well, I learned that tanks are way smaller inside than you'd think. It's a big vehicle, and I am not a huge guy. I'm a very average height person, first of all. You're just a giant. I'd like everybody to know that. Giants exist, and they're sitting next to me right now. No, they're much smaller inside than you'd think, and you made a comment. You and I went through the M60, I want to say it was. You said this was roomy. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, man, if there's a fire, we're done. They're very small inside, but that's such an awesome experience because it helps you understand what these crews that you can, in some cases, speak to out here, what they were going through. They can tell you the stories of what it's like to be inside of them. There's so much to learn. Distilling that into one thing would be really, really hard to do.
Are you going to come back to Aquino next year, or are you going to look for another event?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, we'll be here.
You invite me, I'm coming. Yeah. You gonna let me ride in a tank again? That sounds awesome.
Okay, well, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Okay, so you say Funker 530. It's actually an app and a website as well as a YouTube channel.
Yeah, so we have YouTube, we have Facebook. We're about 6 million total across all of our socials. But where we're really, really leaning in on right now is the app and the website. There are over 550,000 downloads of our app. We're near the top 100 of news apps. We're an archive, but we do archive things as close to current event as possible. So 550,000 downloads of that. We have 5 stars across both iOS and Android. We have the website. We're finishing an overhaul of the website now. Things look better than they ever have for Funker 530, and we're very excited that World of Tanks brought us out here to, win the Leopard battle, by the way. And no. That M60 was toast. I want to be clear. I was robbed. That crew was robbed. I was in it. I was there.
All right. Well, I thank you very much for your time for coming out. Again, I hope you had a great time. It sounds like you did. What we're going to do now is we're going to kick over to another VT. So I'm talking about what it's like inside a vehicle. Well, we decided that we were going to have Commander AF go learn a little bit more about operating vehicles. So we decided to see if she could drive a CVRT. Let's see what happened.
Right, now unless you remember all the fun you had learning to drive the M113.
Yeah, in the Tanks 101 series?
Yeah, that one.
Episode 2, driving. It's awesome.
Well, that of course was not a tank. So do you want to work your way up a little bit?
I'm ready to work my way up.
All right. So what we are standing next to here is an FV-101 Combat Vehicle Reconnaissance Tract. Looks kind of like a tank.
It does look like a tank. Is this a trick question? There are tracks.
Yeah. Some countries use it as a light tank. It's technically a reconnaissance vehicle. However, it actually drives closer to a proper tank than the PC that you drove before.
Okay.
So if you want to consider this like stepping up, who knows? Maybe you could graduate harder.
To the M60?
Yep, higher indeed. To the M60? I don't know.
What about the Chieftain?
Yeah, that's fun.
Okay.
Actually, the Chieftain is one of the most fun tanks I've ever driven, but that's another matter entirely. Okay, so what we'll do then is we'll put you through a conversion course because we can't just let you go in and drive.
No, of course not. We shouldn't do that.
The insurance company won't let us. So what we'll do is put you through the conversion course. Now, of course, I am an officer. NCOs are the primary trainers. I just supervise and make sure it happens. So what we'll do is, you remember Rich, right?
Of course I remember Rich. Our super tanker? Yeah, I remember Rich.
All right, so I'm going to hand it over to him, and I'll let him take it the rest of the way.
Oh, typical.
I'll see you on the driving field.
All right, bye, Chieftain.
All right, enough of that.
Hi, Rich.
How you doing?
Good to see you again.
It's good to see you too. So I understand that you want to drive a tank.
That's all I want to do is drive a tank.
Well, I remember the time with the carriers, so that went fairly well, I would have to say.
I would agree with you 100%.
Yeah, so like
Nothing went wrong at all. It was great.
So like the Chieftain was saying,
yes,
CVRT, this is our introductory tank.
Okay.
So this is a normal progression for people, is to go from 113 to CVRT.
Okay.
A lot of different concepts. Now, as you can see, it's a very petite vehicle.
It's adorable.
Yeah, lots of covers on it. To do the checks on this vehicle, It's a little time consuming because you're opening a lot of hatches, you're trying to get through hatches and what kind of stuff. So we've taken the liberty of pulling another one right beside it.
Okay.
That we have taken all the covers off so that you can get the opportunity to see exactly what we're checking and the stuff that I'm interested in looking at. And funny enough, we do have training material for the CVRT, which does include a checklist.
Oh, I love a good checklist. I really do, Rich.
Complete with a pen. So, British CVRT. It's got a Jaguar J60 petrol engine, so it's a gasoline tank.
Okay.
So it's kind of like driving a hot rod around here. A lot of horsepower to weight, so it's very nice. So the front component here, this front box, basically houses your radiator, your gearbox, your steering brakes. So with this off, we're able to pull the rad up off its stop and have a look in behind. And basically when we're in here, we take our light and we're looking around for any signs of water, any signs of leakage. That's the hydraulic filter for the gearbox. The brakes are on either end, which are a little difficult to see at times, but mainly what we're concerned about here are these two drive belts. This drive belt drives the cooling fan for the engine and runs off the transmission drive shaft from the engine to the gearbox. And then this belt here supplies your electrical generator, which supplies all the power of the vehicle. Now, being a gasoline engine, it does have spark plugs and ignition, so it's critical to have power. If you can't charge the batteries, at some point the batteries will die and then you'll be stuck. So you do have a big alternator generator here that supplies all the power to the vehicle when it's running.
And it looks like it's doing what it needs to do.
It is doing what it needs to do.
Okay.
Some of the things that you do run with CVRTs is this fan impeller can get loose at times. It's got a big jam nut on it, but we've had a couple of things where this was actually wobbling more than that. Like that's just free play in the shaft.
That's the appropriate
That's
amount
normal.
of wobbling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the next thing we like to go after, because it's nice and easy. Now normally there's a big hatch cover that's right over this.
Right.
You have the engine, the carburetor over here, looking around for gasoline leaks, oil leaks, water, anything that doesn't look normal. It's kind of like Sesame Street. One of these things doesn't like the other, one of these things doesn't belong.
I don't see anything pooling up.
Nope. Now this one here, here is your coolant reservoir.
Oh,
Usually
yeah.
if you can see coolant, it's got enough.
So much coolant. There's enough.
I'd say it's probably about half full, which is where we want these. Last thing we check on this is the water pump belt. You check it for tension just to make sure it's not too loose, not too tight.
Yep, feels just right.
So now we can move into the driver's compartment.
Okay.
All your controls are here. So these are your tillers for steering. And remember, the APC had the same thing, tiller bars for steering. But this is a little bit different because it actually has a brake pedal. So these are not for brakes. These are actually for steering.
So when I want to turn right, I'm not pulling back.
Oh, you're still gonna you're still gonna turn the same way you
But
do
it's
with
not
an
gonna
APC,
brake?
but it will not brake.
Okay.
Okay, this is actually operating a
slow down.
steering brake on the gear case.
Okay.
Which is separate from the brakes that would stop it. And this actually has a brake pedal that you can see down in the middle there. So that's going to be one big, huge difference.
So I'm sitting here, and you'll be
right there.
Will you be able to hear everything I'm hearing?
Oh, I'll hear everything.
Okay,
Because
good.
if you know how to drive them, you don't need to see a lot of the stuff on here. So because you've got such a small hatch, and your panel is right here, and if you're driving it with your head out,
like I will be doing.
People like me, I have big shoulders, so I don't see the panel very well. They've put a convenient little mimic.
Oh, okay.
panel
There's
here.
some lights here, so it will let me know what lights are on the panel.
It'll tell you if something's going poorly. The last thing I'm going to talk about, actually second last, couple more things. There's two reservoirs here. I think we talked about steering reservoir and the brake reservoir.
Right.
Okay, so those you have to check level and then make sure they're okay. And again, part of your checklist. One thing on the side of the firewall here is a throttle lock. Okay, so let's say we wanted to warm the vehicle up. We'd lock that throttle lock in a position.
Right.
That can be bumped by your knee and it can cause the throttle to stick.
Okay. And what happens when the throttle sticks?
The engine stays at the same RPM, and if you're going at speed, it'll stay at the same speed, or if you go into neutral, it'll idle higher. It could cause you a problem if you're not ready for it.
What kind of problems?
You might want to stop, and it's harder to stop when the engine is spinning faster, and you start getting near people and things, and
Okay, we don't want to crash.
tanks go through walls.
Okay, we don't want to crash through anything today.
Yeah.
on accident.
Exactly. You want to do it on purpose?
Time to learn how to ground guide. Now, technically, I've kind of learned this before, but you know, if practice makes perfect. Use it or you lose it. I've lost it, so I need an accelerated course in ground guide.
Okay, so do you remember the basic signals? Oh,
stop.
Stop. Yes. Okay. How about if I want to go backwards in a straight line? Yep. Go away
palms
from me.
are facing out.
Away. Yep. So we don't do, no, we don't do any of this. We don't do any of this. We're not doing the fashion show shoots, right? It's always very purposeful here.
Okay.
I want you to go away, okay? And if I want you to come towards me, I want you to come this way.
It's like the Macarena.
It kind of is, yeah. You do the left, the right, the whole, yeah.
All right, I think we're ready.
You should
right.
be, yeah. So
Ready?
let it rip.
This is my favorite move. Okay. Oh gosh, okay.
Oh yeah, 6.
Okay, well, all right, so I can figure out how to help another driver or vehicle operator out of the garage. I have a feeling it might be my turn soon to figure out how to drive this bad boy.
Oh yeah.
I'm a little nervous. That was fun though. What a rush.
Oh, it's ground guiding. It's easy.
Yeah.
And
yeah, so easy.
Yeah.
And we're starting.
Give it a little fuel. Give it some fuel. Give it some fuel. Yeah.
Okay. All right, we're gonna get moving. This is part of the process. You get to learn how to drive, you gotta make sure that it's ready to drive, and then when you're done, you gotta clean it up. So I'm gonna clean up after my mess. I understand there's a fire hose and things could get a little messy, but I'm ready.
Good luck.
Hey, Chieftain.
Well, that was interesting.
Were you watching all that?
Watching and taking notes. Well, I'm glad you're not my driver.
I'm glad I'm not your driver, too.
That said, you do appear to have, I must begrudgingly state, passed all the various different criteria. So, God help me, I think you are now a qualified CVRT driver.
Are you kidding?
By the power vested in me, by the authority of being a supervisor, and I've had a hard day of supervising, I should add. This supervising business, you really don't know how tough it is, this level of responsibility I have.
You make it look easy, I'll tell you that much. I cannot believe it. You think I'm a CVRT driver? Does that mean I go to the M60 next?
There's probably going to be a stopover in between yet, but it's not beyond the bounds of possibility.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait. Oh, one day I'm going to graduate with honors, right? I don't know. Well, you know, at least we always have Aquino Tank Weekend.
You will. Who knows? One day the tanker boots will be on her feet.
A girl could dream.
Well, the arena show is done, but I see a whole line of people still looking for APC rides.
Oh, maybe they think they're going to have a chance to drive a CVRT like I did.
Not quite yet. And as you know, as Al was saying, those are special historical pieces.
So for those of you who haven't copped it yet, this is Jeremy. He's been the guy in the field herding all the cats. And now the show is done. Nobody got hurt. You're breathing a sigh of relief. You can relax for a while.
Yeah, well, in about an hour, I can relax in a while.
We still got to put the tanks away.
Well, fair.
Yeah. No, that's tomorrow.
Oh.
It takes us about 2 days to get all this equipment back into its storage. So...
All right, so what lessons have we learned from Aquino this year that you didn't learn last year? What did you try new?
Our second war battle was really sophisticated. We added the artillery barrage, a bit more pyro, just kind of like once again bring it to life, more than we had done in past years. So, the show was not as great as you may have seen it today on Saturday. It was more of our test run. I just lost one of
They
my...
don't know that. The viewers don't know that. The show was awesome today.
Well, once again, from a technical aspect, it was awesome on Saturday as well. But the team just really nailed it.
Mm-hmm.
It was just like a cacophony of noise, like an experience of, kind of getting them close to the battlefield. Rather than seeing this in a movie or in a documentary, like just being that close to it, hearing it, seeing it, and smelling it.
Those 25-pounders, it was no joke. The finale was jaw-dropping.
I think they overcharged a couple of rounds.
Yeah, I felt the concussion from the tower.
Same.
So I realized that you were busy all day. Did you have any opportunity to talk to any of the attendees?
I actually do. You see, we don't really have a green room or anything like that, so I'm actually out there working before and after all the shows. So if I'm going through the Military Vehicle Center or heading to my office in the museum, they recognize me either from online presence or out in the field, and they just stop me. As busy as I am, it's important just to take, even if it's that 30 seconds, just to hear what their feedback was about the show or about the museum, and it was all positive.
Find anybody from weird, far-flung places, or are they all locals?
No, we actually, we've had people who planned their trip to Canada around Aquino Tank Weekend.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I had two guys I dealt with. I didn't run into them today, but they are from Germany, and they would never visited Canada. And Aquino is the reason that they came to Canada. Now they're going to go off and see Niagara Falls and go up to CN Tower and head out to Montreal. Maybe get a poutine.
Yeah.
Or two.
Yeah.
No, that won't have to.
Oh, I feel like the poutine this weekend's getting a bad rap. Just gravy on potatoes. Cheese. It's good. I like it. Sign me up. I'm ready for poutine. I'm hungry.
I can't possibly imagine eating anything hot right now.
Oh, as you were just sipping on a hot coffee.
Actually, that was an iced coffee.
Oh, it was an iced coffee.
Do they have the iced coffee in the U.S.?
Oh, they sure do.
Apparently they do. I don't know. Wouldn't know.
Okay.
Not my son. If it's going to have coffee, I'm going to have proper, normal coffee. I have cold beer.
Yeah, well, after 3 hours in the arena for the afternoon show and the stream, I was going to get whatever was cold, but, non-alcoholic.
You're sunburned?
Everyone says I'm sunburned. This is layers and layers that developed over the last 2 weeks in the preparations. The team is not. It's not just what you see on the weekend.
Right.
We've been planning it for months. Initial planning for the entire year, but then the execution is weeks of getting those vehicles ready, getting the field ready, just transforming a museum into what you see at Aquino Tank Weekend.
So let's talk to the future. So, you're wearing the new shirt. We had the message from Al Duffy earlier that we saw. So how is the museum now going to actively change to the Canadian Tank Museum? What are we going to see that may not have been mentioned in the video, and how can we help?
Well, what we discovered is when we decided to make this change that we were pretty much already the Canadian Tank Museum. Going to museum conferences, speaking to my colleagues across the Canadian Armed Forces museums or the civilian museums, they already kind of referred to us as, that Oshawa Tank Museum or that one of the Canadian Tank Museum. Right. So, then I sent, as you know, there's many international tankies here from all over the world. So I reached out to all my international contacts. I think I even tried to bother you, but you were off doing Army stuff. And I said, can you please Google Canadian Tank Museum from your location and send me a screenshot of the top 5 hits? And the top 5 hits from Australia to Italy to the southern United States to South America to the UK was the Ontario Regiment Museum. So it was almost like, so we were already kind of known as that.
Right.
But for us, it's just a change of focus. People will know when they hear Canadian Tank Museum what they're coming here to see and experience. Yeah, the Regimental Museum is important to us. It's always going to be a part of our museum. But when you see a sign on the highway or you see something online that says Ontario Regiment Museum, you don't automatically pop and say, "Oh,
Tank Museum."
That's a tank museum. Yeah. So the rebranding is important, but the focus is, and it's already happened to us, is that we've understand when you look at the shows, you look at the collection. It's now telling more stories that are not just about our regiment. It's telling stories and the vehicle stories and the veterans all over the world. So, becoming more of a national museum, which we are slowly building and plan, just made sense.
Right. When do you think you might break ground on the new facilities?
Well, we're pleasantly surprised. In Canadian dollars, we estimate the cost to be somewhere around or just above $30 million.
Okay.
On the first day of the announcement, June 27th, we received a commitment right on day one of $5 million from 2 major donors.
That's amazing.
And there was a number of major donors that were actually at Aquino this weekend. And I understand from our fundraising committee that we're probably getting some more commitments. So within a month, we're making leaps and bounds. We haven't even gone to regular fundraising or gone to the public yet. We're hoping that maybe with corporate sponsorships and private foundations, we could probably fund this construction in the next 3 years.
Is the government helping out, either Ontario province or the Canadian federal government?
Well, we haven't asked yet.
Oh, okay.
So the situation is that our municipality, the city of Oshawa, has been incredible. Both the mayor and council, all of the South Field that you see that turns into Aquino Tank Weekend, they have allocated that for future growth of the museum. And as you know, it wasn't in the stream, but it's not just the tanks in the build. We are responsible for the historical Second World War structures, maintaining that. Airmen's Park, that's Air Force, doesn't really have a lot to do with tanks. So the whole complex, a large historical complex and museum, is really the city of Oshawa. We also posted another job. We're hiring a development officer for the Canadian Tank Museum. We'll then start looking at what grant opportunities there are in the province of Ontario and on the federal level.
Gotcha. Okay, so we have to keep an eye out then for a future announcement. Say, hey, we're now public fundraising. You're not at that point yet.
No, we made the announcement of the kicking off of the campaign and of the name change.
Well, you make sure you let us know, because I'm sure that the World of Tanks community is going to want to help too.
World of Tanks community has been amazing on many of the projects. Look at Project Uplift and stuff like that. So, the global community that's brought together by World of Tanks really care about tank museums and it shows. So I'll let you know as soon as we're
well, I'm
ready
looking
to
forward
go.
to coming back next year. I mean, it's always great fun, and you guys are always absolutely fantastic hosts.
Oh, thank you.
We love coming up here.
I planned my trip to Canada around coming to the museum.
Oh, of course you do.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Alrighty, well, I do
let's
have
do some housekeeping notes.
I was just about to say, I've got some housekeeping, so if you'll bear with me, Tragic Loss did share the winners of our giveaway with me. Real quick, I just want to say congratulations to the winners of our Battle of Aquino trivia giveaway, which will award 5 people the Ram 2, and then the runners-up some premium consumable packs. I'll go through those real quick. The Ram 2 winners are PBXN 109, Stonebreaker 1987, Animus 77, Left Third Joe, Chooch Choo James. Congratulations, you just won a Ram 2. Over the next couple of days, we will work out getting those credited to your accounts. And then for our boosters, oh my gosh, this seems like so many more people than I expected. Sprint Them, Quiller 9, Watt JOK, Ugby 33, Soronek $99.9.
How hard could this be?
Well, it's been a long weekend. My brain's broken. Jan Kovicki, Marlin 337, Critical Corvus, Polymerc, and Exodus_00. Congratulations. You just won the premium consumable packs. And then for our geeky jerseys and for A1 Sherman hockey jerseys, you should have received an email. I will double check with Tragic. But we have got 2 winners on that.
What were the winning Canadianisms?
Oh, A.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the classic. The classic.
The tank jerseys were the coolest thing you've ever given away, eh?
A?
Yeah.
Wow, I like how you did that. Okay. It's a Buggy Honey. I'm never going to get it right. Honey Buggy?
Bunny hugger.
Bunny Hugger. It's not a bunny hugger. It's a hockey jersey. Okay. But you get the idea. So we've got our giveaway winners. Congratulations. And I hope everyone has claimed their drops. Don't forget, the token store is open until July 31st. So that means you have a couple days left to accumulate as many more tokens as you can so you can unlock some of those cool styles, including the Amari Oud Escamari style and the Aquino style. Those are available in the token store. We also have the Watt Salute program that was recently refreshed.
The challenge.
And
it's
the charity
challenge.
Yep.
So if you weren't around earlier, it's a challenge between the Disabled American Veterans and Operation First Responder. These are both organizations that support veterans of the military, particularly wounded, and Operation First Responder also does first responders, civilian type. So tomorrow, look out, you're going to join a team, and both charities are going to get a cash donation. Which one gets the bigger one? Well, that is up to you guys. You do not have to be a member of the Watt Salute program to participate, although you do get a few extra options for winning things and raffles if you are a Salute member. Salute is the military appreciation program that we won, both World of Tanks and World of Warships. That actually applies to both. If you are a Canadian or United States military veteran, you will be verified by ID.me. They're a third-party, federally approved verification service. They don't send us any data. They just say, yep, he's a veteran, or she. And you become a member. And there's various different benefits we're giving away now. It's a new tank, T-26E3 Eagle 7. There are styles, Days of Glory style, a few other bits and bobs, military discounts, and other goodies. I mean, there's a whole web page. We refreshed the web page.
Yes.
Just go to the web page, and that'll fill you in the rest of it. Okay. Are we done?
Almost.
Almost. We're not done yet.
One shameless plug from my side.
Sorry, Jeremy.
We've
That's
got
okay.
Watt Monthly August. It's coming out on July 31st. Of course, it will be hosted by me, yours truly, Commander AF, giving you an overview of all the exciting things happening in World of Tanks PC that you have to look forward to this August. Check it out on July 31st. Chieftain, do you have any shameless plugs?
No, other than about you, but I need a beer.
Okay.
Yeah, once again, my last plug is just thank you to the Watt team for coming out, for the community for tuning in. And if you're ever in Canada, stop in at the Canadian Tank Museum.
All right. Well, hope you found it all interesting and informative.
Thanks for watching. Bye, everyone.